We are court. Welcome to Planning Committee of July the 1st, 2026. My name is Councillor Alison Thompson and I'm Chair of the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee is a quasi-judicial body whereby committee members are required to put their politics to one side and cannot be whipped by their political groups when determining planning applications. And this is quite important. They must come with an open mind and must judge an application on its planning merits only. That means taking into account the National Planning Policy Framework, the adopted Development City Plan Parts 1 and 2, and material planning considerations. As part of each presentation, I'll ask the case officer to introduce themselves to committee members and attending public. Would committee members please note that where a decision is made on an agenda item, to be able to participate in the debate and vote, you need to be present throughout the entirety of the committee's consideration of that item. That includes the officer presentation, any public speaking, and the question and debate session. In the event that a member needs to leave the chamber briefly during consideration of an item but still wishes to participate, could you please indicate to me as chair that you need to be excused? And if that's the case, I'll briefly suspend the meeting for the duration of your absence. Thank you. Can I remind members that mobile phones should not be used as a means of communication during the meeting, and if members need to make or receive a message via their phone, could you please alert me as chair? And where members are using tablets to access agenda papers electronically, please ensure that these are switched to airplane mode. Thank you. So the following order should be followed for each of the agenda items. We start with the presentation by planning officers, then we have speakers if there are any, then we will have planning officer clarifications if required. Committee members are then will be open to ask questions. We then go to debate and then finally to the vote. We'll be taking breaks during the meeting. When and how many will depend on how long discussions take for each application. Thank you. So may I first ask, in terms of procedural business, are any members in attendance as substitutes today? Oh, Councillor Gilman.
Councillor Gilman subbing for Councillor Nan.
Thank you.
Councillor Hill subbing for Councillor Shanks.
Thank you. Do any members wish to declare any interest in relation to any applications on the agenda? No. We now consider whether, in view of the possible confidential nature of the business or proceedings, whether the press and public should be excluded from the meeting when any of the planning applications are under consideration. And I can confirm that we don't have any confidential items today, so the press and public will not be excluded. The minutes of the previous meeting, does the committee approve the minutes for June the 3rd, 2026, which are attached to the agenda? Approved? Thank you. Chair's communications, I don't have anything extraordinary or interesting to impart this month. Public involvement, there's none for this meeting. Site visits, does any of the committee members have any requests for accompanied site visits in relation to any of the applications we're considering today? No? Okay, great. So moving on to the planning applications, I'll hand over to the Democratic Services Officer, who will read out the applications on the agenda and ask committee members if they want to discuss the items as they are called. Please be aware that applications need to be called for discussion, not just for questions. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. So starting with item A, there's a major application which it will be called. That's BH 2025/03062 Homewood College. That is automatically called. And the minors, item B, BH 2025/02913 St Margaret's High Street, Pottingdean. That has speakers, so is called. Item C, BH 2026/00020 site of Amax House, Edward Street, Brighton. That has speakers, so is called. Item D, BH 2025/03092 site of Amax House, Edward Street, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Item E, BH 2026/000234, 65 Lady Mile Road. That has speakers, so that is automatically called. Lastly, item F, BH 2026/000840, 14 Ashford Road, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. So, Chair, to confirm, all items are called A through to E. Item F has not been called for discussion, which means that it has been agreed by the committee automatically with the officer's recommendation. So the running order will stay as item A, which is because it's the major going first. Then we're running B, C, D and E. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Sean. Okay, I will now hand over to the planning officers for item A. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. This is Homewood College on Queenstown Road. And the application is for a change of use from a school to a community hub for charities. It would be for a temporary period of 6 years. This is a map of the site. It's in the eastern half of the city, just northwest of Moores Station and southeast of Hollingbury Golf Course. A slightly zoomed in location plan. Just a note here, the red line is being updated. It's actually going to be reduced because there's some areas of woodland which shouldn't be included within the site, which you can see on this aerial photo. So the actual site itself is that complex of buildings in the middle. Previously a specialist school for children and young teenagers with complex educational needs. The school ceased operating at the end of 2024 and the building's now vacant. It's in quite a secluded location in a valley with woodland on all sides. The nearest neighbours you can see on that picture are to the west and southwest, about 100 metres away. And to the east there are a number of light industrial buildings. The site's subject to quite a few designations. It's within the urban fringe, parts of it are open space, and it's also within a local nature reserve. And it's also adjoining the boundary of the South Downs National Park. 3D photo just gives you a sense of scale and topography, so mostly single story with some two-story elements to the buildings and a wooded valley on three sides. The access is via Queenstown School Road, which is partly private, partly public highway. This is a photo near to the entrance of the site, looking down the access road. This gives you an idea of what it's like. It's a single width, fairly narrow track with no dedicated pavement. You can just about see where that van is. There's a tunnel under the railway. So this photo is looking back up the hill now, showing you a bit of a pinch point. And if you were, from where this photo is taken, if you were to look left, you'd be looking towards Moores train station. And I think it's the Huxley building in the University of Brighton campus. Just a brief summary of what's proposed. So it's a temporary change of use for a period of 6 years from a school to a hub for charities. A few different names of charities have been floated as part of the application, but we have to look at it more broadly and think about just the general use as a hub for charities without actually narrowing it down to any specific organisations. And just to confirm, there are no external alterations or additions that are being proposed. It's purely a change of use. Received a couple of representations, one objection, picking up on those 2 points to do with potential impacts on wildlife and safety concerns with the access. This slide's actually out of date. We've received 2 letters of support now. And in addition to those points there, was also raised about the good transport links of the site. There are 4 main key considerations. There's the principle, the change of use, the potential impact on neighbours, ecological matters and transport. And just a brief summary of our assessment. So the school's already closed. All the students have been relocated elsewhere. There's a formal closure process with schools which has been completed. So we're satisfied that as a community facility, the school is no longer needed. The proposed use as a hub for charities would accord with the criteria set out in policy DM9, and we are satisfied, therefore, that the change of use is acceptable in principle. It's quite a secluded site, and given the nature of the proposed use and the existing lawful use, we don't consider there'll be much likelihood of a significant impact on neighbouring amenity, but we are suggesting a condition to limit opening hours to 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. just to make sure of that. And similarly, with impacts on ecology, with that opening, with the hours of use condition and an additional condition relating to external lighting. So if they want to add any more external lighting, they need to get approval from us first. We're satisfied there's unlikely to be a significant impact in that sense. The transport and site access is not ideal. However, it's been reviewed by the Highways Department and they haven't raised an objection, subject to some additional precautionary warning signage at key points along the road, just to encourage traffic and pedestrians to be cautious. And on that basis, we are recommending approval, subject to conditions. And I think there was one extra condition that wasn't in the report already, which is to require that the use ceases after a 6-year period, as has been applied for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Michael. We don't have any speakers. So we'll go straight to officer clarifications. Councillor Parrott.
Do we know if, while it was a school, there were any accidents in that access point? Do we know if there are any road traffic accidents or any issues?
I don't know myself. It wasn't mentioned in the comments from Transport. They are with us and they might be able to chime in on that.
Sorry, I was just going to quickly add, you haven't seen it, but just earlier this morning I did actually get a map showing various points in the area where there had been accidents, and there hasn't been one on the axis.
Okay. No.
There hasn't.
Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any specific charities this is for? Have you got in mind? I just wondered if there's going to be more than, there's quite a few charities there. 5 car spaces doesn't seem a lot considering you've got the long way up to it. And has it been investigated? Perhaps this might be a good place to have some housing, which we need in the city. Could it be converted? But that's just another question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think the reason why it's a temporary proposed use is because the long-term future of the building is being discussed within the estates team. I don't know what their long-term plans are, but this is a temporary meanwhile use while the long-term future is decided. As I said in the presentation, we're assessing the use as a general sort of hub for charities without specifically naming or requiring any individual charities to occupy it. I do know that the Wood Recycling Project are interested, and there's another organisation called Good News that are both interested, but we can't necessarily be sure that they will end up taking the space up, and we don't know how exactly they're going to use that site either.
Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, yes, what Carol said answered my question about kind of, because I wondered why it was only for a 6-year period. But obviously, yes, we're, as you explained, we're looking for long-term uses eventually. Caretaker's house, which is currently vacant, do you know, is that included in the lease to whoever we're going to lease it to? Or is that going to be developed separately?
It's vacant at the moment, yes. I'm just double checking if it's within the... Yes, so it is within the site, so it presumably would be all bundled together with the future plans.
Councillor Shute.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. In relation to the transport plan, obviously the site itself is the only one at the end of the road, but obviously on the way up to it, you've got the station, you've got the university halls of residence, access into the university site. Is that all factored into the transport plan, or is that just considering the traffic going up from Lewis Road up to the site? And second of all, I was wondering, similar to what Councillor Theobald was asking earlier about, why have we put the 6 year as the temporary lease? That seems a little long-winded when we are looking for sites like this for housing.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know why a 6 year period was suggested by the applicant. That was what they put to us, and we're assessing it on that basis. In terms of the access, I believe the transport team will have been looking at the road in its entirety, but the point that's, I think, the biggest concern is that pinch point around the tunnel, and that's where the warning signage would go.
Councillor Hill.
A couple of questions. So is it possible for somebody to live in the caretaker's house even with the change of use? And then secondly, did you ever have, or is there a history of any sort of noise complaints relating to the site in the past when it was Homewood College?
I don't actually know if there have been any complaints in the past. It wasn't raised when Environmental Health commented. I assume they would have done if there had been, but I can't say for sure. And in terms of the caretaker's house, I would imagine not, and it would have to be because it's part of the same use, so it would be part of the hub for charities.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Kind of repeating what the colleagues have said, that tunnel really worries me, and it's like a lot of the other tunnels we have across the city that, quite frankly, quite dangerous. But you've commented that there haven't been any accidents in the local area with similar kind of layouts. But I don't know why Transport don't suggest sort of one-way system controlled by traffic lights, a bit like the tunnel that goes under the station in Hove. But we are where we are with this, and they've said there haven't been any accidents, so I suppose we have to discount that. I just think it's a bit of a worry, frankly.
We weren't sure if that warranted a response. I mean, yeah, the fact is they haven't proved it, and I think this came up in the briefing that, there are obviously going to be public visitors, but they did obviously operate as a school and didn't have any accidents.
If I just add as well, there is a secondary pedestrian route that does avoid the tunnel. It's from the name of the road. There's one of the residential roads on the northwestern side of the railway line has an alternative pedestrian route. So there is at least an alternative available.
Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. I was just going to say, so I assume that the travel scheme will consider active travel as well. It's not just about cars entering or accessing the site. That was just one question. Can I also ask, is there a lighting design strategy in place to mitigate the effects on wildlife as well?
Thank you, Councillor. So there are two transport conditions. There's one which is securing the cautionary warning signage, and then there's another which is securing some travel plan measures to try and encourage sustainable travel and minimise car use, etc. And the site is, apart from the access, quite well located for sustainable travel with the railway station nearby and bus stops. So we're happy in that respect. There's no lighting design strategy yet, but there is a condition, which means that if they do want to do any new external lighting, they'll have to come in for approval first, so we can check it's sympathetically designed, etc.
Councillor Hill.
Just to come back to the caretaker's house. So let's say a charity uses, the main building and has no use for the caretaker's house. And given that it sounds like it's vacant, but that it could be quite easily used as somewhere that somebody lived, it seems a shame to sort of, if we design this in a way that sort of prohibits its use as housing for 6 years when it's got the possibility of being that. Are there any ways in which it would either be possible just for that to come back to committee for a sort of change in future,
or are there things that we should consider putting in now to allow for that flexibility in the usage of it? I'm just kind of curious as to what options are in relation to that, because I'm not so familiar with that.
Oh, it's a good question, Councillor. I imagine there are probably some non-planning restrictions on the use of a school caretaker's house that mean it's probably quite challenging to split it off as a separate house anyway. It's not something that we'd be looking at as part of the planning application, but I imagine there are some covenants on there that make that difficult, and maybe that's why that hasn't been considered. I'm afraid I don't really have anything else.
So I was just going to say, I suspect that it probably actually doesn't have its own C3 use as a dwelling house because it is effectively ancillary to the main school. So it probably, at this stage, I imagine it can't actually be used as a separate dwelling. If they wanted that to take place, then they could, of course, apply for planning permission for its own C3 use, and we could consider that application at that point.
That would be, I mean, I agree with Councillor Hill. I mean, it's, you know, we've got a crisis of housing in the city. It seems such a waste. So maybe that's something we could talk to them about. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I was about to say, well, whoever moves into this building, the lease will be between us and them. So therefore, surely it's within our control to determine what space they use. And you're totally right. Of course, that house shouldn't be used kind of willy-nilly. It should be a house that's for people to live in, not perhaps training rooms or something. But that's something for the property department to deal with. So I'll take that away. Thank you.
Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I just was following up on that conversation, just because of the length of the lease. Is the length of the lease that we're discussing today, is that part of the planning permission that we can't change, or is that something we can debate about? Can we debate the length of the temporary change of use?
So the application is for a temporary change of use for 6 years. That doesn't mean they have to use it for 6 years. Their circumstances could change, and maybe in 4 years' time, for example, they have some further choice. We're not actually discussing a lease today. We're talking about the planning application.
I'm not asking if I understand that. I'm just saying when we vote on planning permission for this later today, do we have to give it for that temporary change for 6 years, or could we say only grant temporary change for three or 4 years instead?
I imagine you could change it to a lower period if you felt there was a reason why that wasn't suitable, but I'll leave that for you to discuss.
No, I'm only asking because we've already identified there is a house on the site that potentially might not be able to be used as a house at a top point of a housing crisis, and also, as I've said earlier, I am deeply uncomfortable signing away a site that looks really good for a decent housing development site for such a long period, when we could be looking at getting this out to be developed into housing in the much closer future. That's why I'm asking, because I have that concern in my head, and I would rather have a slightly shorter lease, have the conversation sooner, and get housing developed on the site. That's why I'm asking.
And I think we've already had this conversation, and we're already aware of the fact that, go ahead, Councillor Robinson, that...
I was just going to say, so Julie and I sit on the property kind of property and regen. Yeah, so we hear the conversations about what properties may be used for housing development. Rest assured, if this property was suitable today to be converted to housing, it would have been, or it will be, it would have been in the works. So there's a reason why a 6-year lease has been asked for, and I've made a note to myself now to write to the head of estates and say, can you please ensure that whatever lease agreement you come into, that you don't tie yourself up in knots that means you can't then somehow either sell or sublease that house as a residential property. Thank you.
Does that help your concerns, Councillor?
I mean, it does, yes and no. I mean, yes, I understand the reasoning. It's just from statements said earlier that the estates team are discussing the long-term future of this.
And this is a meanwhile use.
And this is a meanwhile use. I would rather I'd rather have a shorter meanwhile use and a longer permanent use than having a longer meanwhile use, and we
But
just
as
kick the
we've
ball
already had
down.
it explained by the planning officer,
Yeah.
that 6-year meanwhile use is not a fixed term. That
No,
if they want to
absolutely-
give it up before that, then it can change.
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
okay,
It's
great.
just knowing how some of these things go. I have images of this ball being kicked down the road 6 years. We get there and you go, oh, we still haven't had the full conversation. That's my concern.
People are shaking their heads who know about this.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, as Joy said, I mean, this has been this isn't just a kind of off the cuff decision. It was discussed at that regen and property team meeting that we attend on a regular basis with Jacob and members of staff from officers from various different departments. Also, it was a cabinet decision. So I think, and I think one of the issues about this we've already discussed is the access. So if we develop that site, we've got to look at how we access it properly, other than through that ridiculous tunnel, which is about this wide. So I think also we can ask if Joy could mention it, add a break clause in it. So a break clause that we could use as well as somebody else. So I understand your concern, and I understand your concern about housing as myself as well, but I know that we can't just say, okay, let's develop this site. Oh, we can't get a car up there properly. We can't get anywhere up there. We couldn't get builders' lorries up there. It would be almost impossible to develop as it stands. So we would have to look at a way of getting a different access onto it. So this is me looking at it with
Which is presumably why we have a meanwhile use. Does that help explain? Great, thank you. Councillor Theobald.
Well, there are actually other tunnels. We've got a couple in Westdean, and we managed to get through them. Perhaps not quite as narrow, but you know there might be a system. We say a lighting system. You have a traffic light to go through, or and it's well lit to shoot. And there's not many cars going up there. I would have thought it would be all right. But I agree with Councillor Sheard, and I would actually second what he's saying. If anyone, that 3 years would be enough to sort of try and.
I really don't. I think we're going to have to call an end to this discussion in a minute, because I think it's already been explained that the 6 years is not a fixed term. That basically that could be called in earlier if the tenant doesn't want to have it for 6 years. So there are, it's a meanwhile use, and I presume that the 6 years has been set so that the council officers can take this away and look at the long-term use, and the 6 years or less is an interim measure.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Right. I think we will, if everybody's happy, move on to debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Parrott.
I guess I just wanted to say, I know we are short of housing in the city, and I understand that, but I would also like to say we're also short of this kind of space actually as well. And, a charity hub is not a bad thing, is it? Because in terms of place and environment, these things are really important as well, that actually we do have space for these kinds of, for this kind of opportunity. So, it's not like it's being used for a nightclub, which I'd probably have more problems with. Okay, it is being used for something that is for the residents of the city and will be useful.
Young people having fun.
Absolutely not.
Who would like to continue the debate? Councillor Gilman.
It was just a comment, just picking up on what Sam said, really, in the sense that it's not a school, it's not in use, and the fact that we're using it for something with social means is a real positive.
Agreed. Anybody else on the debate? Councillor Sheard.
Yeah. I wonder what I'm going to mention. No, I am going to vote for this because, as we have discussed a bit in the questions section, this is a meanwhile use. I think the term crying shame does not come close to how I feel about not using this for housing land. I think we are so desperate. We're on our knees. We constantly mention we are stuck between the South Downs and Downs on the Sea when it comes to planning, getting new housing in there, and we require blue sky thinking. And I do think it is an absolute crying shame that we aren't looking at ways to develop this land further. But as has been, I'm not going to reopen the debate. So I'm not going to. But I'm sure Julie is going to tell me off in a minute.
Or I will.
Or you will. But I
don't think any of us around this meeting are unaware that there is a housing crisis in the city, and I think what we're looking at here is a meanwhile use, so that, for example, we can look at it to look for housing.
I agree with that, but it does not stop me thinking it is a crying shame we are not putting more. Look, you can disagree with my position, but this is how I feel on it. But as Councillor Parrott has mentioned, we are short of charity space as well. So this is a very good meanwhile use for it, even if I disagree with the length. So I will be voting for it.
Good to know, Councillor. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think it's a brilliant meanwhile use for all of the reasons that Councillor Parrott and Councillor Gilmore have just said. I think I'm quite pleased that we're getting on with it quite quickly. That the building's not just sitting there rotting, waiting for the housing plans to be developed, which I'm sure they will in the future. We're all desperate for more housing, but this is a way of getting a little bit of money in and helping our charity sector. So what's not to like? Thanks.
Councillor Hill.
I was going to say to Councillor Chair, there's some fantastic housing charities in the city that might be using the hub to, formulate some of the, answers to the housing crisis that they're so passionate about. So just to consider that perhaps as part of the application. And yeah, in favour.
Shall we go to Councillor Theobald?
Yeah. Well, although I think it would be more beneficial for housing, because for the residents of the city, I do support charities, which I would do very much. So I will be supporting this, but I just hope they will find another use within, before the 6 years is up.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Early.
Full in favour, thank you.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to chip in with a comment on the housing crisis in the city, Councillor? Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Right. Let's move on to the first minor application, which is BH 2025/02913, St Margaret's. And I'll hand you over to Stephen.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Councillors. If you bear with me for 1 second, I'll just pull up the application. Great. So the application refers to St Margaret's High Street, Rottingdean. So that's BH 2025-02913. And application descriptions there. You can read the top one if you want, but basically, in summary, planning permission is sought for the installation of a telecommunication base station atop the roof of the locally listed building, which is St Margaret's. Base station would be approximately 35 metres square in area, situated on the northeast corner of the flat roof of the building, accessible with steps, and the equipment involved would include 2 tripod-mounted antennas, so for telecoms, and several smaller dish antennas and associated infrastructure, including the cabinets, GPS modules, and other hardware. So location plan, so St Margaret's is located to the front, just to the south of the conservation area in Rottingdean, obviously near to the beach. Gives you an aerial photo of the site. So the white roofed area is the top of St Margaret's, which is the locally listed building. And then the area outlined in red is where the proposed telecom apparatus is to be installed. So 3D photo, just to give you a bit more detail. So you can see in the top left corner, that's the White Horses Hotel, which is where the previous mast used to be that was serving the majority of Rottingdean. For this provider. And then down on the right-hand bottom corner, you can see where the existing temporary base station is, which is now providing telecom support to most of Rottingdean. And I'll show you some further photos of that later. And then the proposed development in the middle. And you can see on the right-hand side of that, that's where on the northeast corner of the roof, again, that's where the apparatus will be installed on the roof. So existing sites, so we're looking at the white rendered building. That's the locally listed building. So this is looking from the high street, and we're situated looking east here. so this front elevation of the building. And then we're now located to the north, so we're looking south here. So this is on the main road, the A259, heading east-west. And you can see there that the development will be on that corner. You can see just behind it, that's the existing antenna that's on the roof at the moment. So that's on top of the lift overrun area in the middle of the roof. And then that box is not to scale, but this is just taken from the edge of the conservation area, so looking south. So you can see that the northeast corner where the development is proposed, you will be able to see that, seeing views from the conservation area. And then existing sites again, so we're looking here, we're up on the cliffs on the eastern side, so we're looking west here. So you can see the Marine Car Park, Marine Cliffs Car Park is just on the left-hand side. And then this is being supplied by the agent, helpfully. So this is a proposed visual. You can see the top of the roof here. So you've got on the left-hand side, you've got the existing roof, then you've got the lift overrun with the existing antenna in the middle, and then the development which is proposed here, which is a shroud around the parapet, and then you'd have two antennae coming above that. So street photo again, and here we're looking over the White Horses, so we're situated to the west of the site looking east, and you can see where the development would be located on the northeastern corner again. And another one proposed visual by the agent, which is helpful, gives you an idea. So this would be with the shrouding and the two antennas located on the northeast corner, so on the left-hand side of the photo. The roofscape looks quite cluttered here because this is a photo taken about 2 years ago when they were doing a lot of work to the existing roof and antenna behind. So it's not like that at the moment, as you can see from previous photos. This is when they were doing the work to the antenna on the roof, once again about 2 years ago. So that's all being removed now, but the antennas remain in situ. And then this is a photo of the temporary site. So in the car park to the east of the site. So you've got a base station and then a mast with antenna running up above it. Existing elevations. So this is looking from the front again, and you can see that you've got the flat roofs to both sides, and then you've got the middle roof with the lift overrun and the antenna on top. And then this is the proposed elevation for the front. So to the left-hand side, you can see there's a 2-meter shroud that's erected on top of the parapet. And then coming above those, you can see the new antennas that are proposed. So they're rising to about 5.9 meters in total above the site. And then without the shrouding, just to give you an idea, so that plastic shrouding is taken away. The plastic shrouding would be colour-coded to match, but obviously of a different material from the existing property. And you see the cabinets and some of the smaller antennae located behind the shrouding. Existing roof plan, and then the proposed roof plan, so on the northeast corner, so it's taking up circa 30+ square meters. A bit more detail there. I don't propose to go through all of the equipment, and then just in more detail again. In terms of representations, we've had 32 objections to the scheme, and they've been in respect of loss of rooftop amenity space, which as the LPA we don't consider an issue because it's taking up a relatively small proportion of the roof space. There's a detrimental impact on the historic significance of the locally listed building. It's highly visible, so in the short, long and medium views, has a detrimental impact on human health and wildlife, which again as the LPA we don't consider that's a material consideration. They provided the correct certificates so there would be no harm to health, and there's no moving parts, so if there's no harm to health we would assume that would also apply to any wildlife. There's nothing on the roof that could be affected in terms of biodiversity. Noise nuisance. So from the actual working of the apparatus, once again, we're not sure. We don't think that that's an issue from the LPA perspective because it would be located on a steel base elevated off the roof slightly. And then also, if there were any issues with it, we could always, if we were to approve the application, we could put a noise condition on there. And alternative sites should be utilised. And then supporting comments come in. So they are on the basis of an improvement update to the existing telecommunications base station. Impact on residents is acceptable. Improved mobile signal would benefit local businesses and visitors. And it would allow the removal of the temporary base station within the Marine Cliffs car park. So the photo I showed you earlier. Key considerations are the principal development and the maintenance of a robust telecommunications network, which obviously carries significant weight. The design and appearance of what is proposed and the impact on the significance of the locally listed building, so the building it's actually sitting on, and then surrounding designated heritage assets, so they would be the conservation area located to the north, and then also further out to the west, you've got the Grade 2 listed Rottingdean Mill, which you can see in some of the views would actually be associated with it in the long views. And then impact on amenity for the residents and visitors to Rottingdean. And the conclusion and planning balance was that proposed development is going to have a detrimental impact on the visual amenity of the local built environment, the historic significance of the locally listed St Margaret's block of flats, setting of the conservation area, and the Rottingdean windmill, by reason of being incongruous and having a cluttered appearance that would be highly visible. It's off the rooftop in views to the north, east and west. Adjacent to that, there's also, as the LPA, we consider that with the degree of harm that we think there is to the locally listed building and surrounding heritage assets, there are other options in terms of site locations need to be explored in more detail, and the visual impacts of those need to be assessed in greater detail. And I think we all recognise as the LPA that telecommunications will always have a visual impact, but that visual impact needs to now be balanced against the harm that what has been proposed here would cause. And we recognise that the proposed development would provide good public benefits in terms of maintaining a robust telecommunications network, but we consider it's not justifying the harm to the heritage assets that has been identified. And therefore, the process is being in conflict with policies SA1, CP12, CP15 of Brighton Hove City Plan Part 1, DM18, DM25 and DM28 of the City Plan Part 2, and also not in accordance with S1 and H2 of the Rottingdean Neighbourhood Plan. So the recommendation is to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, let's move to some speakers. Do we have Belensko here, please? Good afternoon, sir. Please have a seat. Thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes to speak, and there's a button on the bottom right-hand side, which, when you're ready to start, you can just press, which is your microphone. We don't have a recorded clock today, so our Democratic Services Officer is going to be recording your 3 minutes, and he'll let you know when you're done. Off you go when you're ready. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. My name is Bill Ainscough. I'm chairman of the St Margaret's, and I obviously represent them. I won't go through the pluses and minuses too much because they've just been explained to you. So what I want to do is mention just a few bits of background. Each person who owns a flat in Rottingdean, in St Margaret's, owns a little bit of the freehold. So we own the block as a whole. But even as the owners of the block, we have no power to stop a mast being erected on our roof. The telecoms companies have basically, they have the right to do whatever they like in that respect, unfortunately. However, they do need planning permission. So you guys are the only guys who can stop them, basically. So I've no pressure there then. What I'd like to also explain is that when you give a planning permission to a telecoms company, you are also giving them permitted development rights. Now, I'm no planning expert, but I've been told this by the telecoms companies, so I presume it's right. So, for instance, the one mast we have, which is run by Cornerstone, they have in the last, well, the time I've owned the flat there, they've twice increased the size and the height of that mast, and they have not required any planning consent to do that. About a month ago, they submitted a paper to yourselves saying that they actually are going to install 2 more masts, and they still don't need any permission from you. It is under their permitted development rights. So if we're not careful, we had 1 mast yesterday, today. We'll have 3 masts in no time if we're not careful. And if you give a planning permission to MBNL, we'll have 5 masts. And when they use their permitted development rights, they'll add another 2 or 3. So we'll now have 7 or 8 masts. So my worry is that you'll drive into Rottingdean from any direction and you'll see what looks like a telecoms building. I don't want to be over dramatic, but that is what could happen. I think I've probably run out of my 3 minutes now. Oh, right. If you, I don't know quite what else to say. I think I think our view is that there should be an alternative, to be honest. We all want a better phone signal in the village. I obviously appreciate that. I do as much as anybody else does. But we feel that another site or a combination of sites could be better suited. But of course, we don't have the technical expertise to say that that is true, but we just feel that it should be. Rarely is there only one option in any decision-making situation.
I'm told that is time, so thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ainscough. Thanks for your contribution. Is Councillor Fishley with us? Hello, Bridget, online.
Hello. Hi, just before I start, could you get the presentation back, please, and the last slide, the conclusion? Thank you. Hello, committee. Please, would you have a look at that second paragraph about inadequate justification? So I was quite surprised to read that. Myself, Rottingdean Parish Council and residents of St Margaret's have had multiple briefings from the applicant and seen their analysis for the alternative sites. This information is in the planning portal for this application titled Site-Specific Supplementary Information and Planning Justification. And in that document, it details how all the alternative sites have been investigated, and you can see that starting from page 13. Also in the portal, you can see a document titled Alternate Design Options Explored, and that talks about various things, including equipment sharing. So I'm just really thinking that if the planning committee hasn't seen or been briefed on these documents, they're actually quite key to your decision. So I'd like to suggest that you either get them up on your screens now and ask the applicant to brief you on them, or delay a decision until the next meeting. And then I'd also like to comment on this presentation. I mean, it seems quite odd to me that, visuals is a big thing, but you've been given photos that are 2 years old. So, I can easily nip in my car, go down and take some current photos and send them to you, because I think that would absolutely help you. And the final thing I would say, I am neutral on this planning application. I completely understand why the owners and residents don't want more equipment imposed against their will. And what Bill said about the other operator imposing equipment is completely accurate. But at some point, the telecoms merry-go-round in Rottingdean has to be resolved, because the tower that's in the car park, which is kind of about 10, 20 metres east of St Margaret's building, the permission for that ran out last year. And in the document I mentioned about the alternative sites, the applicant discusses why this tower isn't in the optimum location anyway. So anyway, that's my piece. I'm happy to jump on my bike or get in my car, send you updated photos, and I'm happy to stay on to discuss, to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
I just feel there is a few points there that Councillor Fishley has made that I'd quite like clarification to come in from the officer, if that's okay. I think there are 3 that we haven't had sufficient information on. There hasn't been sufficient discussion about the alternative sites, and then that the permission ran out last year for the antenna. I don't know if there are other issues, but those 3 seem, I feel I need clarification on.
The outdated photos.
Yeah, so the photos in the presentation, I went around and carried out a site visit about 2 weeks ago, so the photos are recent. The reason I said the photos were 2 years old was because those were on the ones with the proposed visuals from the agent. So they're not my photos, they're the agent's photos. In respect of other sites, yes, all the information is there. The applicants provided a significant amount of information, which has been really helpful to making the decision. They provided the same information they did from the previously refused application, then got dismissed on appeal. And also they provided extra information in respect of alternate sites, which had been mentioned in the previous refuser and also covered on the previous appeal. So they've gone through those in quite a lot of detail and they provided the information. What I referenced when I was talking about this was in respect of the amount of harm that's being caused by the proposed scheme that's now before us, which in the LPA's opinion is more harmful than the one that was actually refused back in 2024, because now with the shrouding it gives the appearance of having a small extension to the locally listed building and unbalances it. And what I was saying about the investigation of the alternate sites is that the amount of harm that's being caused by those alternate sites visually, I don't think that's been fully explored in the information that's been supplied to us, and some consideration now I think needs to be given, should the committee decide to refuse the application, they now need to give further consideration to those alternate sites and the amount of visual harm that that creates in relation to what is now being proposed and before committee on the locally listed building. Also, the White Horses, which was the original site which had the mast on there, all of the works have now been carried out to the White Horses, so that should most likely be considered as part of the assessment of alternate sites now as well, because that was previously the site for the mast. In respect of the permission expiring, well, that's not, I'm not sure what Councillor Fisher is referring to, but that hasn't really got bearing in terms of this application. We've got to determine what's actually before us. And also, part of the assessment of those alternate sites, I think, needs to take account of what the appeal inspector said in his, when he dismissed the previous appeal, that yes, there is a hierarchy of sites that we need to look at under the code of practice, and the telecoms operators need to. So initially they need to look at existing sites, they need to look at existing masts and using them, site sharing existing buildings it then drops down to. And the appeal inspector said, considering the degree of harm that there was to the existing building, the locally listed building, and other heritage assets, then maybe they need to drop down further and start looking at ground-based sites instead in a bit more detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Do we have Chris Stratton here? Hello, please have a seat. So you've got a button on the bottom right-hand side when you're ready, and Sean, our Democratic Services Officer, will let you know when your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
So why are we here? Why do we keep bringing this site back to you in view of its history? It's because it's the only site that works from a network operational point of view, and it is the site that we're guided to by planning policy. And its purpose is to provide connectivity, and that's not about cat videos, nor even about the ability to use 999. This is EE's network, who provide the emergency services communications. So calling for backup, accessing health records in real time, these will have life-changing consequences for individuals. Why this building? The site sits at the end of the valley running off the South Downs. Move under 100 metres in either direction and the shoulders of that valley start blocking the signal. St Margaret's Court provides coverage for both sides. It's the only structure of any useful height that can do this. That's why the existing base station is there already. This was explained to your officer. He asked if a mast in Marine Cliffs car park might not provide coverage. Radio planning plots were provided for a 15-metre mast at the top end of the car park. This showed that such a mast would only provide 38% of the coverage of the proposed antennas on St Margaret's Court. Even a 30-metre mast in the same location would only provide 88% of the same coverage. This is not mentioned in the officer's report. Under planning policy, all aspects of the main policy on this policy DP25 have been addressed and subjectively have been met, but there are other material considerations. What's not in the report are the supportive parts of the National Planning Policy Framework. Advanced, high-quality, reliable communication is essential for economic growth. The number of masts is to be kept to a minimum, and the use of existing buildings and masts should be encouraged. The Code of Best Practice requires new sites to be sited on existing sites first, followed by rooftops, and then new masts. Any alternative to this proposal will need at least 2, possibly 3 new sites. Inevitably, these will be masts, and at least one will have to be located within the conservation area. They'll be neither as good in operational terms nor comply with planning guidance as well as St Margaret's Court. And when the officer says the proposal is not justified in visual terms against possible new masts, the visual effect of a 30-metre lattice mast in front of 50 houses and flats overlooking the seafront at the car park can be imagined easily enough. In terms of heritage, the officer didn't mention the report prepared by a heritage property consultant that concluded that the proposal would have a minor adverse impact on the significance of St Margaret's Court and is ultimately reversible. If the building was as special as the officer report says, it would be listed. So to conclude, the network as described by the government as essential. It will be to those who need it in an emergency if we're able to provide it. Planning policy says use existing sites as a priority. The alternative to this will be at least 2 or 3 masts to provide poorer coverage on more sensitively designated land. Comments on St Margaret's Court locally listed status are legitimate,
I'm afraid
but
that's
are not
it, Mr. Stratton.
overriding. Other assessments have been provided. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. All right, lots of stuff for us to digest. Committee members, who would like to start with some questions? Councillor Pickett.
Right, thank you. My first question is, why does the mast have to go in the exact place that you've positioned it? Can it not go sort of further in on the building so that it's not so visual? Why does it have to go on that edge? And also, why can't you move it back to the White Horse pub?
First question, we've tried to keep it away from the frontage of the building, so we put it at the back, so that minimises the visual impact in terms of the main frontage of the building. We also thought that if the rooftop is to be used, as the residents have suggested, as a rooftop terrace, then they would be wanting to look over the sea. And we also have a separation distance requirement operationally from the cornerstone installation that's on the roof. So taking account of various different factors, we've used the smallest area we can in the most discrete area that we could define and put quite a lot of thought and consideration into that. In relation to the White Horse, the refurbishment of the White Horse now has a pitched roof. Nothing is impossible in terms of construction, but it would be totally impractical to try and put a telecom installation on a lower building with a pitched roof. You'd have to rebuild the building effectively in order to be able to do that. And that would be unacceptable, I'm sure, for any number of different reasons. Sorry.
Thank you. So can I just, you said you decided to position it where it was for various reasons, but if you wanted to, you could position it in a different place on the building, if that was open to you.
The principle is to have the antennas at that height in that location to within a few meters. So we're not wedded to that particular location for operational reasons. Practical reasons, yes. Consideration of amenity and other factors. But they could move other locations. What we wouldn't want to do is to put them below the level of the parapet.
Councillor Hill.
A couple of questions. So the first is if you'd be able to respond to the previous comments, which are about if we give this, then there's sort of permitted development, and then more masts will kind of come in addition to this. So would you be able to respond to that? And then secondly, have you engaged with Rottingdean Parish Council? Have you met with them? What have been the kind of sort of public consultation aspects of this that you've tried to do to sort of have that sort of community support behind what is necessary infrastructure on some level to have telecoms, but to ensure that that's done in a way that's, you know, done with the community rather than to them?
In terms of consultation, there was a written consultation that preceded the application to local councillors and a number of parties were invited to make representations directly to the planning authority. We also held a drop-in session in the community hall, inviting anyone who wanted to come along, and the response to that was mixed. Some people were supportive because they wanted to see the mobile phone network operate more efficiently. They wanted better signal, more reliable signal. There were a number of people who were absolutely against it. There were a couple of people in particular who had their own particular reasons to make an objection, and you've got the written objections from 32 people and supported comments from a number of other people. So the consultation that we ran, everyone was made aware of it. Everyone could come and ask us questions, and we were there from, I think, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock in the evening or 7 o'clock in the evening. We wanted to make sure that the whole community would have the opportunity to come and put their views to us. The outcome is what you... Sorry, I thought I'd turn that off. The outcome is the objections that you received and the supportive statements that you received. Was there another part of the question?
Yeah, so the other part of the question was to do with the previous comments about permitted development, as in, would you end up with a situation where we say yes to this and then we get additional masts or a larger mast, as a result of granting this?
I can't give you a categorical answer to that. What I can say is that this facility, it covers 4G and 5G. At the moment, we know that 6G will not roll out in the same way as the previous 5 generations. It will be much more selective. 5G gives a large data capacity at a very low latency. So the next step change is going to be probably more to do with volume of data, and is likely to require smaller antennas. Redeveloping the existing poles, putting different antennas on the same poles, is likely to be how that develops. But I would be speculating in saying that. In terms of what Cornerstone have done so far, they did have 3 antennas on the roof. We've got 2 pole mounts with 4 antennas. They've now put forward a new proposal, and they've done so using permitted development rights. I think it's probably appropriate for me to say at this stage that we are in the same position, that the context, the permitted development context, has changed since this saga started. One of the elements, the conditions of permitted development rights, is that when there are 4 operators, sorry, the limitation is no more than 3 operators on a roof. If there are more than 3 operators, permitted development rights are taken away. In this particular case, when we started, there were 4 operators. There are now 3. So, in terms of the proposal you've got in front of you, if you were to decline it, I can't speculate, I have no instructions, but it is possible that EE could come back with a license notification under the General Permitted Development Order and tell the local planning authority they're going to deploy, with planning consent granted by the GPDO, the scheme that was originally refused last time. They have that ability. The fact that they haven't, and I know that some sceptics might be surprised at this, but the fact that we've proceeded with this particular proposal is because the people that are responsible in planning terms for telecoms development actually care significantly about consultation, about listening to the local communities. They have an overriding requirement under their Ofcom license to provide coverage, so they've got to try and find a means, but they actually care significantly about consulting, collaborating and working with local stakeholders, local interests. So they could have carried on, just withdrawn this application, carried on and submitted a licence notification for the original scheme. They now have consent for that because the number of operators has dropped from 4 to 3.
Could I stop you there 1 second? Because I'm actually just going to bring in the planning officer, because I just feel I need a bit of clarification on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't categorically say one way or the other whether there would be permitted rights applicable in respect to this, because I'd need to see all the operations that are actually taking place at the moment, and then we'd need to assess all the antenna and all the masts are actually on there, and then can go back to the code of practice and also the reps in respect to PD. So it's not a it's extremely complicated, and we'd need to know all the existing situation with all the existing operators, and then we'd need to have a proposal before us to be able to actually say, well, that is permitted development rights in respect of telecoms.
Okay, that's making me a little nervous. Councillor Parrott.
Yeah, can you just clarify me the reference you made to the NHS and EE rolling it out and supporting the NHS network? I was a little bit confused because my understanding is the NHS network is run by HCSM, which is their own network, and it's a federated system, which is quite different to EE as a mobile operator running that. So I was just a little confused. Maybe I'm just conflating the two things.
The government had a procurement that I was directly involved in about 6 years ago, replacing the emergency services network. It used to be run by Airwave. It is now being run by EE. EE have the contract from the government to run the emergency services network. It is coming away from Airwave. So all of the emergency services communications come under EE's network. So the push-to-talk handsets from police, paramedics, etc., etc.
I mean, that's not the NHS,
It's the emergency services network.
Councillor Gilbert.
Yeah, just had a question on the numbers. You've mentioned 38%, 88%, but I missed the kind of context. So can you just kind of go over that in terms of what it is now in that site, what it would be, just a bit more context would be great. Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity on that. I had a very detailed conversation with somebody managing the radio planning tool. So my request was, can you please create a map showing the coverage that would come from St Margaret's Court as proposed under this proposal? And that was put on a map, and a copy of that map was sent to the planning officer. The suggestion, not just from the planning officer, but from a number of other people is, well, we've got coverage in Rottingdean from the temporary mast, so why can't you put a mast up in the car park? Putting it where the temporary mast is not appropriate. It's too close to the blocks of flats, whether it's St Margaret or the other blocks of flats. I forget the name, I'm sorry. So the considered suggestion, having gone through the consultation drop-in, this was one of the elements that emerged from that, was to put it at the top end of the car park where the bins are. So if we put up a 15-metre mast at that location, that was then put into the same radio planning tool, and the two areas of coverage were then compared. And on the plan that was sent to the planning officer, one was in green, one was in purple. And the tool very helpfully provided a comparison between the two. So if you take the coverage that we would get from the proposal at St Margaret's Court, then a 15-metre mast in the location suggested, the top end of the car park, would only cover 38% of the same coverage that St Margaret's Court facility would provide. So I then asked the radio planner, okay, so that's useful, interesting information. What happens if that mast was taller, if we made it a 30-metre mast? So he put that in, and the result was that it would still only reach 88% of the coverage. So that gives you an idea. When I said St Margaret's Court is the only site of any useful height in the right location, then when you start talking about other masts in other locations, then that gives you a kind of picture, a flavour, even if you've got something that's of a comparable height, but it's not in the right location, you're still not going to get the same coverage. Those are the sort of arguments that we have looked at, considered, reconsidered, gone back, worked on, and we come back to, and that's why I said in the presentation, St Margaret's Court is the only site of a useful height in the right location that's going to provide the coverage over the whole of Rottingdean, both sides of the valley.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Yes, I've got two questions really. Just building on, thank you for the presentation by the way, just sort of building on that. So in your opinion, there are no realistic alternatives unless you stick up multiple masts, starting with the car park and others. I think you mentioned 3, so that's the other. So that's the thing. Yeah. My other kind of question really to the officers is, can you say unambiguously exactly what it is you are objecting to? I think I read things like there's not enough evidence or it's not assertive and all the cases are strong enough to have it. And I'm not seeing that. So can you just run past us, please, exactly what you're objecting to? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're making the recommendation on is the harm to the heritage assets. So you've got the locally listed building, so St Margaret's, you've got the Rottingdean Conservation Area, you've got the Grade 2 listed windmill as well, and I'm not sure all the members were here for the previous one that was refused, and that was in late 2024, and that went to appeal and that got dismissed. That one had a very similar form of development, but it didn't have the shrouding around it, and it also had masts which were about 0.4 metres lower. That was refused by us on the basis of the impacts it would have, predominantly on the locally listed building and the character of the area. And the applicant has gone away and they've done a significant amount of work to try and come up with a solution to that. And the solution that they've come up with is one that we think actually increases the level of harm to the locally listed heritage asset. So instead of having something which because it didn't have the shrouding around it, it was relatively limited in terms of the medium long views and the impacts on the heritage assets surrounding it in the Rottingdean Conservation Area and also on the windmill. The impacts of it now with the shroud are more significant and the antennas are actually higher. So considering what was refused previously against what we've got now, we think the impacts on the heritage assets, designated and non-designated, are actually worse. So that's why we're recommending refusal. What we're also saying is that the consideration of alternate sites needs to be given more consideration, because we seem to have got this point now where the appeal inspectors agree with our decision previously that without the shroud it had impacts. Previously, the shroud was considered not to be something that would be suitable to be imposed on the building and being specifically excluded from the previous application. And because of the visual impacts that were recognised by the appellant or by the applicant and also by the LPA, they then decided to come back with shrouding, with higher antennas, and that's specifically against what was discussed and recommended by the appeal inspector and ourselves, and also is not recommended in their own planning statement. They state in their own planning statement on this application that a shroud would actually have a greater visual impact on the building and the character of the area. But they've decided to pursue that. So that's the reason for it. In terms of the alternate sites, well, we think that now, taking into account the code of practice and the hierarchy of telecoms, that they need to look at these in a bit more detail, because it's clear that the existing building, with the heritage that it has and the impacts to the surrounding area, is not going to end up on something which we think is acceptable from a planning perspective.
Okay, thank you. Councillor. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. The comment in relation to the shroud was made in terms of shrouding the whole of the antenna. If the shroud was lifted so that it covered visibility of all of the antenna, and bearing in mind the inspector suggested some form of camouflage, so putting a shroud around the whole of the antenna, i.e. not a 2-metre shroud, but extending up to the top of the antennas, we felt that that would be a more imposing and more significant detriment. So how could we respond to the inspector's comments suggesting camouflage? Well, shrouding the bottom, the steelwork that splays out, just leaving the vertical elements of the pole and the antennas, would have a less visual impact than leaving the steelwork exposed so you could see the steelwork. So the comment that the officer was suggesting was relating to a full shrouded set of antennas, as opposed to doing the minimum possible that would respond to the inspector's comments, but without having a significant effect. And our own heritage officer's report said that the effect would be minor.
Okay,
so it's a subjective judgment. Thank you.
Councillor Cadell.
Sorry. I was just making some notes on another application. Yeah, I want, obviously the inspector, the inspector upheld the refusal, or dismissed the appeal, as it were. So I'm still a bit confused as to why the applicants have come back with something not that much different apart from the shrouds.
Well,
it's quite confusing.
I thought the applicant has explained that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just asking officer if he, to comment on that, and then the applicant.
Well, I can't really comment on why they come back in. I presume it's because for the reasons the applicant stated.
Councillor Parrott.
Are we currently experiencing significant issues with the emergency services network then in this area? Or is this more about future proofing in terms of unaware of the plans to make sure that ambulance drivers, etc., have access to NHS records? So is this about future proofing, or is it that we are experiencing significant issues in this area at the moment on that network?
I haven't got evidence that I can point to. What I do know, and I think probably a lot of people, because everyone seems to suffer from this, the networks are not getting better, they are getting worse. If I can explain, if you are making a call or using a phone for data purposes or whatever, and you are a certain distance from the mast, the network effectively breathes. So it's got an understanding of all of the handsets, all the users that are within its area. If nobody's using the network, it will power down. It will reduce the amount of power that it is broadcasting out, and just enough to keep contact. If somebody says, I'm going to make a phone call, then it powers up and it will feed that particular requirement. When you have multiple people that are making calls or have that requirement, then it will withdraw to the ones that it can make proper contact with. So the 5G pattern, because it is it's a variety of different frequencies, it's at lower frequencies and higher frequencies. At higher frequencies, the extent won't be as far as lower frequencies. So that's why the footprint of 1G to 2G got reduced, to 3G got reduced, and we're left with those base stations generally that are now being used for 4G and 5G. The frequency pattern means that you have a similar area of coverage, but the capacity within that is not as great. So they lift the capacity by putting higher frequency on the same network, but that won't reach as far. We're starting to get a bit complicated now, so it kind of drops off. If somebody makes a call within the network between you and the mast, that's why your calls tend to drop off. 5G brings in a new facility. You can actually dedicate parts of the network to particular uses. It's called slicing. It's in all of the publications as being one of the latest things. So the emergency service will get a slice, and they will be able to use full capacity across the network. At the moment, the coverage is not as good as if it was on St Margaret's Court. Exactly which houses won't get the same coverage as other houses, there is a plot that I could bring up and show you.
I have a feeling we're going to slightly granular detail. But yeah,
my apologies.
Indeed.
Is that sufficient for Councillor Parrott?
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Back onto the NHS thing, because I think that's important. So thanks, Sam, for bringing that up. So if you're talking about this slicing, surely the emergency services will get their slice, whether it's their slice of 88% or a slice of 38%. Is that not right?
No, because the 88%, 38% relates to coverage, not capacity. The slicing means that the network will give a dedicated resource of the coverage, not being able to manage the coverage within the area. So the coverage, within the coverage area, the percentage relates to coverage within the area. What I'm saying is if you don't go on St Margaret's Court, you won't get the same amount of coverage. So there will be areas that get...
Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, sorry, that's just a great question. I think probably the OSA more than the applicant. You said about assessing alternative sites, but the applicant's already come back with these signal maps. They've already said that, you know, what the coverage blackouts and potentials are. I don't understand. What more can they do? So can you let us know what more it is you want them to do? So I'm still getting more confused.
Yeah, so what we recommend refusal for is because of the impact on the heritage asset in terms of what they could do, look at the alternate sites. So as I said, there's a hierarchy, so it's existing sites and masts, then it goes down to using the buildings, and then it goes down to ground-based apparatus. And it may be that the way to achieve the coverage that everybody, I think, desires, and everybody wants this, the LPA and everybody else wants to have the coverage, is that they need to look at ground-based apparatus in more detail, and the visual impacts of those may be less than what we actually have here and the degree of harm that it's causing. Or it may be that the best option is to pursue 2 different sites.
Okay.
They did, but that's what we're asking. We're saying that the degree of harm has increased, and it seems to me that, especially with the comments that the appeal inspector made, that there needs to be more consideration given to lower levels of the hierarchy to continue the coverage that we all want.
Thank you. Councillor Gilman.
Yeah, I think Mark's kind of just asked my question, but just kind of clarify that so I understand it rightly. You've looked at these particular sites, but you haven't looked at the additional sites, the brownfield sites that the officer is saying yet. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Sorry, we're struggling to hear you, Mr. Stratton. Can you make sure that you're on?
That should work.
Thank you. So all of the sites that the previous officer mentioned were looked at in detail and refuted in terms of they won't work. Even a combination of them would not be as good. They were all roughly located around the centre of Rottingdean, but they won't work and they weren't practical. The only one that would appear to have some merit, not sufficient in our view, was relating to Marine Cliffs car park. And the large justification for that is that's where the existing temporary mast is. The existing temporary mast location itself, it was put trying to be discreet and out of the way, but is too close to the flats. It's not really the appropriate location. But trying to use Marine Cliffs car park as the starting point seems like a sensible alternative. So that as the starting alternative is why, in talking with the radio plotting manager, we went for the Marine Cliffs car park as being the starting point. In order to provide an alternative, and the sites that would be required to fill in the missing coverage, it's likely if we went for a 15-metre mast, which would be less intrusive visually than a 30-metre mast, then we'd probably, it's a non-starter because it's completely against planning policy when there is a building that will provide the facilities exactly in line with the planning policy. But to put, it's likely to require 2 masts, and at least one of those would have to be within the conservation area, if not both of them. And that again would be, we would suggest, more intrusive in planning terms or more contrary to the planning guidance than making an adaptation to an existing building that an equally qualified, experienced heritage property manager said, yeah, it's going to have a minor effect, but it's completely reversible. You can take it off again as and when it's no longer required.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cattell.
Thank you. Sorry. So, could I just ask a question? Basically, the reasons for refusal are not dissimilar to the previous refusal, and although all those measures have been taken to sort of make them less prominent, the fact is the planning balance here is in favour of the visual impact rather than the benefits of having an improved signals. Is that basically what we're looking at? Yeah.
The simple answer is yes. That's what we're looking at, because now the mitigation measures that they've taken to try and reduce the clutter that's visual on the property has actually increased the level of harm to the locally listed building, and also it's increased the visibility in the conservation area and also in relation to the mill, so that the harm to heritage is increased and also the antenna is slightly higher. I can understand why they've done it, but I don't think, and the appeal inspector didn't agree that shrouding was the right way to do things. And he actually he says that it would actually increase the visual bulk of the building. He doesn't talk about the particular height of any of the shrouding on it. So yes, it is, as you state, yeah, it's different. They've tried to mitigate it. We completely understand why they've done it. But the level of harm has increased from what it was previously.
So basically that's for us to decide that on that balance. That's our simple choice. Thank you.
I'll be summing up. Thank you, Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. My question is about the temporary mast. So I was going to ask, why we can't actually raise the height. I know you were saying at 30 metres it would give you an 88% coverage. Can we not raise it even higher? Or on top of that, I wanted to ask, I was slightly confused about the fact, do we give precedence to the idea of having masts on buildings rather than at ground level or on brownfield sites?
Yeah, there's a hierarchy. So existing sites are masts first, existing buildings, yeah, and then dropping down to effectively new ground-based apparatus, yeah. And in this case, we feel, and it was reiterated by the appeal inspector, that because of the consequences of putting the apparatus on the building here, it actually, with the code of practice, it should drop down to exploring in more detail ground-based apparatus and masts. Yeah. In respect of the 30-metre mast on yes, the applicant has provided information in relation to the coverage of that, but that's the only one they've talked about in respect of 30 metres.
So we could technically have a higher mast, or would that not be allowed?
Well, any other application that comes forward would have to be considered on its merits. Yeah, and it would have to be considered on the impacts that it's going to create visually, and also any transport, highways matters, whether it has any infrastructure that needs to support it as well, whether it's on the roof. But ultimately, it will be down to each application judged on its merits. But clearly, if a new application came forward, there would be consideration given to the planning history in respect of the area and what the telecoms masts have come forward for development, which ones have been approved and or refused. And that would be a consideration in any new application and the impacts upon it.
Could I ask a question, the applicant? Sorry, I thought we'd finished. Go on, Councillor Parham. I just wanted to ask because, we're obviously weighing up the merits of having good connectivity versus a locally listed building and the damage to heritage and the community harm. Because I was on the planning committee when the last one came up, I'm concerned about the shroud itself. Could you give us a little bit of information about it? What's it made of? What colour would it be? How structurally sound is it? How does one make a shroud in keeping with, a shroud makes it sound like it's fabric, which therefore it's not going to be that much in keeping with the outside of the building. If you could give us a bit more information.
The proposal is that it will be constructed from fiberglass. Doesn't have to be. Could be bricks and render. But the purpose of it was to be completely in keeping with the Art Deco design of the rest of the building, and it will be painted to match the existing colouring.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Theobald.
One of the refusals by the inspector was that there's been no meaningful attempt to visually shield or camouflage the development. I suppose it's difficult to actually camouflage, some tall mast, but Do we normally allow listed buildings to have these masks on in the city?
Yeah, it's a locally listed building, so it's a non-designated heritage asset. It's not a listed building. And yeah, it's I haven't dealt with any telecoms masks on listed buildings. I'm not sure if Ben's aware of any, but
I'm not. But we would treat them well to some extent like we're treating this one, but we'd give it even greater weight in terms of the heritage impact because it's nationally listed. But that's not to diminish the importance of this, at least locally. It's just it's only listed if it's important nationally.
Councillor Parrott.
So I have two areas I'm still slightly confused on because I seem to be hearing two different stories about this, whether other sites have or haven't been looked at. Our planning officer seems to be implying that other areas haven't been sufficiently explored, and this gentleman here is saying they have. So maybe somebody could just clear that up for me. Whether is this the only site, in your opinion, that is of value? So, sorry, Alison, but I'm really confused because I'm hearing two different versions of that same thing.
yeah, the site itself, I think from a telecoms perspective, it would appear to be, from the evidence that the applicant submitted, it's probably the ideal one for them. Because its location, its proximity, the coverage it provides, it's at the bottom of the valley, so I can see why it does appear to be an ideal site for them. But what we're considering is in that balance, there's obviously significant public benefits of having it up there and having a telecoms infrastructure maintained or improved. But on the other side of that is the harm, and that's why we're recommending the refusal, because of the harm to the asset itself. In terms of coverage, yes, they have provided a lot of other information about other sites that could be suitable, and the rationale for why a lot of them can't be used. But because of the degree of harm that is now being caused to this property in our consideration as the LPA, we think that the other sites should be given more consideration and or a combination of sites. Because some of those, they've come forward with a justification saying that part of the rationale for not using them was the degree of visual harm they would cause. And yes, there will probably be visual harm from pretty much any telecoms application that comes forward, but we need to assess it against the harm that's being caused by this application, and I don't think there's been sufficient justification for those sites not being used in that way. I'm not sure if that answers your question fully, but...
And have you, I was going to say, and have you had those discussions, or is that just your view of those other sites? Have you actually sat down around a table and had those discussions with them around these other sites in order to look at them, you know, in a more, or is it just a view?
Because of the information that's being provided is relatively limited in terms of the visual impact, because there's no proper assessment and there's no plan submitted with those other sites in terms of what the boxes would actually look at and the mast would look like, the height of the mast. And so it's hard to make a judgment as to whether that's suitable or not. And there has been no pre-application advice taken where they have sat down with us officers and asked for our assessment of different sites, no.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Could I ask, are you not...
I know I asked the question and you went into a lot of detail about slicing and compression, network compression, which actually I do understand. But I'd just like to ask, are we currently experiencing significant network problems in that area with coverage? You know, what is the rationale for demanding increased coverage at this point? Or is it a future-proofing of the network as the demands grow before 6G, which is in 2020, probably in 2033? So that's a long way off. It's 9 years yet.
My understanding is both, that the coverage from the temporary mast is not sufficient to meet the licence requirements. So I believe it's both, but I'm not fully briefed on that particularly.
Any more questions? Councillor Pickett.
Can I just ask, so the temporary mast has to be removed, I assume, at some point quite soon?
Well, I'm not aware of when it needs to be removed or when it needs to be allowed there. I know there's they have various permissive event rights under emergency legislation, and maybe the applicant's better placed to give a time frame around that.
The General Permissive Development Order gives us 18 months. We're already over that, so we are there at the whim of the Enforcement Department. But then coverage would not be very good at all if that went.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for your input this afternoon, because it is really interesting, and obviously we are really invested and we are understanding, you know, the importance of connectivity, particularly when it comes to emergency services. Could I ask, I mean, we're in a difficult position here because, you know, none of us wants to be retrograde and say, well, we can't have this because of X, Y, and Z, but then at the same time we have been advised, you know, the planning officers and then obviously the inspector previously, you know, dismissed the appeal. Was there at some point, did you think that it would be worth sitting down with and doing a pre-app? Because it feels like a lot of this, rather than us having this, you know, almost like a black and white decision to make, which we have to be abiding by, you know, planning law, you know, it would have been, you know, or do you feel that any pre-application advice that you would have received was not going to be what you wanted to hear, which is there's only one site and this is it, kind of thing?
It took us longer than I would have liked and hoped to obtain the heritage report and do the radio plots. When I had achieved that, I invited the planning office to meet so that we could go through it and have the discussion about alternative sites. That offer was not taken up.
Yeah, the applicant did offer to have a meeting, but I suppose the point I'm making that the discussions in respect of alternate sites and any input we would give to that should have been with a pre-application. Yeah, because I've advised the applicant all the way along the process that I think that the visual impacts of what he's proposing were worse than what had previously been refused. And therefore, it was always going to be it was likely to be that they would recommend refusal for a visual impact. And the applicant's been really good at providing extra information to help support the case and more details about the other sites, which has been extremely helpful. But to have a meaningful discussion in terms of the application coming forward about alternate sites and how those could be proposed, that really should be done outside of the planning application process. It should be a pre-application process so we can explore all those different sites and then come to a decision working collaboratively about what would be the best solution to the coverage problems that Rossendine currently has.
But as we've already, I think, established in the discussions that we've had, they don't think that there are any other sites that are going to. I mean, I don't like the sound of a 30-metre mast. I mean, I can't imagine what the visual impact would be and how you support that. You can't just have a mast sticking up like that, can you? I don't know. I just feel like we've been put in a really difficult position here. Any more questions? Let's go to debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, well, sort of a few things. Firstly, we've established, I think, that alternative sites are problematic. Second point I have, you know, from local knowledge is there's a lot of anecdotal evidence to say that the whole area is a black spot for emergency services, local residents and whatever. Another point is the B2193, that you may sound like a nice little country lane. It's not, it's Brighton's unofficial Eastern Ring Road. There's a lot of traffic down there, including emergency vehicles, so going to and from the hospitals or whatever. So it is quite a heavily used traffic area. The other point is where that road ends, it actually ends at one of the few access points to the coast, you know, the undercliffs. Any other access to the beach is about at least a mile in either direction. So we have a lot of bathers and beach traffic down there. So if there are any marine emergencies, then when the Coast Guard, the RNLI and other emergency services try to service it, it's going to be a black spot. So that's where I'm coming from for whatever. My preference to this, if I had a choice, is I would like to send this back to the applicant and the planning officers to sit down, thrash on it. Can we please see completely clear and unambiguous evidence why we can't put this mast anywhere else? and why the planning officers really object. I know there's a thing about the building and whatever, but I prefer to see it laid out extremely clear. You're confused, I'm confused, other people. I don't think the pros and the cons are good enough, right? If for some reason that can't be done, I am inclined to accept the applicant and overturn the refusal. That's how strongly I know, probably on my own. So if we can't have a debate, I'm going to have to go with the emergency services and local users and say, yes, I know it's a nice building, but we've got to have the things in the emergency services. Right.
Councillor Hill.
Well, I'll just say, Councillor Earthy, you're not on your own. And I had a sort of similar sense of view of, seeing the recommendation to refusal before us. That's something which I've not seen as a substitute actually on a paper before. So, obviously I'm going to consider that very thoroughly as far as I can do. And what we seem to be in is an odd situation where both there is a clear harm to a conservation area, which is something that we all very much care about, and yet there's also, it's a fact that we're looking at an application, but then we're also being told to consider this ground-based system where we haven't really got the information about the merits of it. But based on the fact that black spots are like really a threat to life, I can't help but feel like that would be, for me, what I would have to take precedence with, because there's not that I can see a clear alternative that would avoid that. And additionally, it seems to me as though a ground-based system is going to, certainly the applicant said as such, that would also have an impact on the conservation area. I don't think, and similarly, the chair mentioned having a 30-foot mast doesn't exactly seem like that would be a great thing from a conservation standpoint. So there's no perfect solution here, and we do. It's harder to make a decision when I feel like we're hearing slightly different narratives, at least. But on balance, I'm in favour of saying we should agree this today, even if, it would have been ideal to have had greater pre-planning sort of consensus between different parts of the application and the applicant and the council's planning team. So that's kind of where I'm at now.
Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I remember this when it came to us in 2024, and we had a site visit, and it was refused by the planning committee, and of course it was refused on appeal. It is a Grade 2 listed building, and it's a nice building actually. It will be very harmful for the setting of the conservation area. Well, I think it's nice. Anyway, I saw it.
Sorry, can I just correct you there, Councillor? It's not a Grade 2 listed building.
I thought it is
locally listed.
Oh,
it's
locally listed.
nationally.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought I read somewhere.
No, it's locally listed.
I beg your pardon on that one. Anyway, I say this has been. It would be very highly visible. This is increased in size, and there'd be a threat of the extra masts if this got passed, added on to this. I do have some sympathy because I know the network is not that good in Rottingdean, but I don't think it's life-threatening. But I do think this is not the right building to put this apparatus on. So I'm going along with the officers.
Thank you. Councillor Parrott.
I feel fairly, I feel for the people whose building this is. I understand the issues. However, at the end of the day, we live in an increasingly digital world, and, telecoms infrastructure is absolutely essential to the provision of that, and we can't get around that. And, we have a huge issue with digital exclusion. We're hearing about it all the time. And if people are excluded because of poor network, it's almost unbearable trying to manage your life if you can't actually have network provision. So if this is a black spot, it's an issue. If the emergency services on the top of that are experiencing concerns with a black spot because of the slicing and the way network compression works, that's actually a real concern. And telecoms infrastructure is really important. So I'm feeling that on balance, I'm probably going to not agree with the planning recommendation.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm really conflicted on this, but what particularly worries me is that the planning inspector refused the appeal. And I suppose I should have asked this under questions, but surely the planning inspector, would they have not given consideration to the utility side in their decision? So what I'm frightened of is if we go against the officer recommendation, then somebody else is going to appeal against it. Rottingdean Parish Council or the Neighbourhood Forum will appeal against it. It will come back to us. We'll have loads of costs. And all of these things we're talking about, of course we've got to be mindful of black spots and the potential danger to the emergency services, but where are the facts? Why didn't the applicant come here with the facts to say, this is what happened on the 3rd of July last year, blah, blah. It's all just, we haven't got the facts in front of us to really tell us that those things are key consideration. So I think on that basis, I have to stick with the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I think we're all conflicted on this. I think there's no two ways around it. I mean, we've talked a lot about emergency services, but we don't talk about how important communication is to all of us personally. I mean, especially in a day and age where third spaces in our society are getting chopped down day by day, being able to communicate online, communicate digitally, and yeah, it seems funny, but to hark back to the very beginning of this section, those cat videos, they are a form of mental health. So having good connectivity in this area, that can be life-saving within itself. Then you add the emergency services on top. The concern I have, and where I think I am leaning towards siding with the officers more, is that I've heard lots of evidence about we can't place a mast here, we can't place a mast here, we can't place a mast here. I'm not hearing, we've examined multiple sites, I'm not hearing this looking into having 2 or 3 masts stationed around instead of having literally one mast fits all. One of the things I'd really like to do, and I'm not sure this is something we could do, is if we could push this decision back and allow the applicant to submit their evidence to us of all the other sites they have examined to show to see if they have or have not done their homework, so we can actually make a more informed decision. I'm not sure that, like I said, I'm not sure that is an option going forward, but I think that is but if that is an option forward, I think that would be advisable, because as we're saying right now, we don't have the information. We're just kind of going yes, no, yes, no.
I'd just like to come in there because I mean, I don't know if there are any more people that want to contribute. I think we're all conflicted. When you're told, oh, well, if you don't have this mast, people's lives are at risk, that's a pretty heavy thing to hang over us. And, for us to then say, oh, well, we like the building because it's locally listed and we're upset by the visuals, of the mast, versus if you don't provide this connectivity, then people will die. I mean, that's quite a, that's quite a thing to have to weigh up. And I'm sort of a bit cross that that's what has come to, because actually I feel like we should have had more. There should have been more discussion in the pre-app. I honestly feel like we should have been brought with more clearer, solutions. I'm not in favour of deferring because I feel like the applicant has had the opportunity to give more information about other sites and so forth. But I just feel like we've been put in an impossible situation. It's not fair, actually. At the end of the day, personally, I feel like we have to go with the officer recommendation, and then if the applicant wants to take it to appeal again and and see what the outcome is, and then the applicant has the opportunity to go back and produce come up with other sites, and maybe we could discuss having a 30-metre thing in the car park and what that would look like, or I don't feel like we have all the information to make a decision to reject the officer application. That's where I'm coming from. The officer recommendation. Councillor Cattell.
Yes, obviously that holds the impact on the emergency services is a big issue, which doesn't really sort of come through. And if it hadn't, I mean, hands clap to Sam, because she clearly understands the issue. I mean, I didn't know anything about that. And did we have any paperwork or anything from the emergency services to say we desperately need this? Because that might have helped us to make a better decision. So if there is going to be another application, then we do need to see that level of support from the emergency services. If they say, well, yeah, this is true in this case, but actually there's another site which helps us. So that's what I would like to see if it comes back. But I mean, if we did defer it, then yeah, we could defer it. But I think it needs to be tested appeal again, and the applicant needs to take into consideration a lot of the things that we said today, including that business about the emergency services. So I think that's key.
Councillor Earthy.
Well, in that case, then won't deferral get us to the same point as an appeal, but it will be cheaper and easier, wouldn't it? Because we're going to gather all the information in rather than have it done as crudely as an appeal.
No, because I feel that the applicant had the opportunity to produce all of that for this application and hasn't, I'm afraid. And I think that, this is why officers have, if the applicant wants to take it to appeal, then that's their choice. Councillor Robinson.
Presumably they don't have to take it to appeal. They can just put forward another application that has got more fact to it, more meat on the bones in terms of the emergency services, blah de blah, which will be much quicker than going to appeal, that getting turned down again, then put in another application. But it's in the hands of the applicant, isn't it?
Agreed. Are we? Oh, Councillor Shitt.
Sorry to stick a fly in the ointment, but we're asking the applicant to put in a new application with this evidence included. What does that achieve differently to deferring the decision and asking them to submit the evidence to us now? Doesn't that just double the amount of paperwork and double the amount of faff to get the same results?
I would give you the same answer, that they had the opportunity to do all of that for this application and didn't.
Yeah, no, but I accept that, and that is wrong of them. But I think we can go back and forth this for a while. I'm just saying that what is the point of potentially doubling the amount of faff, doubling the amount of work, doubling the amount that's going on to get the same result? Surely it's easy just to keep it all on the same application, ask for them to submit the evidence, submit their site tests, rather than asking them to go away, take the paperwork back, resubmit it, resend all the envelopes out to us, get account officers to look through it again.
I don't honestly think that is. Yes, is that something that we have to take into consideration when we're deciding how to vote, whether we approve or refuse? And I don't think that should be taken into consideration, I'm afraid. I think what would have been helpful is to have had all the things that we needed today, and we didn't have them. And on that basis, I will be voting in accordance with the planning officer. Shall we go to a vote? So all those in favour of refusal? All those supporting the against, yeah.
Hang on, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm confused now.
For the officers or for the applicant?
For the officers, all those voting along with officers for refusal. Yeah. With the officers to refuse.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
And all those for. Sorry, against refusal. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm really not helping. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So that's 7 for the officer of recommendation to refuse and 3 against the officer of recommendation to refuse.
Thank you.
So the application is refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to the applicant for your time. And we've got a lot to digest, and I really honestly feel that we can hopefully take this forward and find a solution. Thank you. Yes, we can have a break, everybody. It's 4 o'clock, 10 past, it's 10 minutes left. We're going to go on to the site of Amex House. Now, it's been pointed out to me that we normally go in order of, the priorities are the items that have speakers go before the ones that don't. But because we have two applications for the same site, which is Amex House, so that's the two minors C and item C and item D, I think it would be fair to say that we ought to hear them together rather than have Amex House, Ladies Mile, and then back to Amex House. So, technically, I think the speakers are also going to be talking about both applications. So, if you're in agreement, we will do that. So, let's start with we've got Chris here. So it's BH 2026 0002. Oh, sorry.
To clarify then, so apart from the fact that one's on the ground floor and one's on the lower, is the application exactly the same then? Is that why you're saying bring them together?
No, I'm saying bring them together because it's the same site. So the same objections will apply to both floors and the same, all the same arguments. The same arguments will apply to both. Am I right with that, Chris?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, so BH 2026 00020.
Okay, afternoon everyone. As the Chair has pointed out, we've got two applications on the same site which are both changes of use, and we've had objections to each of them, but the speaker is specifically for the lower ground one, which is the one we're going to start with. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to head through this application in more detail, and then we'll obviously have the speaker and debate. But the second application is exactly the same, other than that it's on the ground floor rather than a lower ground floor. So I would do the second application. We would just I won't go through a full presentation. I'll just go through the differences. Yeah. Okay. So application description is change of use of the low ground floor block in block F to include class E for indoor sport, recreation or fitness, further to the approved use class or EGI, which is for office. They've also asked for a 24-hour operation. So in effect, planning permission would be that's been requested for is the flexibility to provide indoor sport, recreation and fitness uses in addition to the existing approved office use. This is the site just to the north of Edward Street. Here's the larger site with all the blocks, 6 main blocks, A to F. It's an aerial photo of the site with our block F at the front. Here's some some street photos from Edward Street. So this specific application is on the lower ground, which presents on the ground floor, but as the land rises, the majority of it is underground, and then the other application, which we will here, is on the ground floor, which and the front is actually above ground, and it starts from here. These first three are in residential use, but it starts from here and goes back into the site, and it's at ground level towards the rear as you go north. So this is the low ground floor plan. We've got an entrance here off the main street, as you saw on the site photos, and another entrance there. And this is the entrance up to the residential above. We've had a number of representations, 18 objecting to the application on a range of issues, including noise and vibration, increased activity, parking issues, traffic movements, highway safety, antisocial behaviour, light pollution, and poor quality emissions in the submission. And we've had a letter of support on the grounds of health and wellbeing, amenity for residents, and also encouraging for business and reducing traffic movement. We've also had a representation outlining a number of concerns from Councillor Marina Lademacher, which is attached to the committee report. So getting into the key considerations, in terms of the principle of development, so whilst 90% of the office space throughout the wider site has been let, the ground floor and lower ground floors in Block F have remained empty since the completion of the development, despite an extensive marketing campaign. The potential occupiers have cited issues with limited light and a preference to be sited on higher floors. The planning policy team are satisfied that the marketing that has been provided has been robust, and that the opening up of the floor space for leisure uses is a pragmatic way to ensure that these spaces are brought into a viable use, and as such the principle of the change of use is considered acceptable. In terms of neighbouring amenity, the introduction of indoor sport, recreation or leisure uses has the potential to result in noise and as a disturbance to existing residential occupiers. A noise report has been submitted with the application, which sets out that leisure uses could be sited within these spaces, subject to effective noise and vibration mitigation measures being in place. A pre-commencement condition is recommended, which requires a full details of a robust soundproofing scheme to be submitted and agreed in writing by the local authority prior to first occupation. In terms of the proposed 24-hour use, a further condition is proposed requiring an operational noise management plan, which would control the operation of the spaces, including the comings and goings. Subject to the recommended conditions, the proposal is considered acceptable in the respect of amenity. In terms of highways issues, the proposed change of use is unlikely to have any significant impact on the public highway or parking overspill, and the Council's highways team do not object to the proposals. To go into the conclusion and the planning balance, so the increased flexibility to include the leisure uses is a practical approach to ensure that the vacant units remain in an employment generating use, and thereby supporting the local economy. appropriate and sufficient marketing has been undertaken to justify the increased flexibility. A noise assessment, noise mitigation measures and an operational noise management plan are recommended to be secured by condition prior to first occupation of the unit. And the proposed development is considered unlikely to generate harmful uplift in trips or parking demand. And the officer recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, Chris. Marina, please have a seat. You know how it works, 3 minutes. Obviously, we've got Sean is doing the timing, so we don't have an automatic timer, but when you're ready, and he'll let you know when you're done. Okay, thank you.
Queen's Park, is that working? Yeah, okay. In here with me today is Miss Anna Kovalova, who lives in the block in question, in number 37. I would like to, on behalf of the residents, put forward the case for rejecting the application for a change of use. In this part of Edward Street, we have a quiet, tranquil pocket of the city in which the building in question is located. Everyone directly impacted by this application in the building that I have spoken to has objected. It is a fact that these premises were not designed or built for gym use. Indeed, the 6 children in the block are already being affected by noise, such as the child of Ms. Kovalova, who had revision for her recent mock exams, severely impacted by existing noise levels. Indeed, any type of building works in these units, as well as the testing itself, is disruptive, both as noise and as a rising vibration to residents, and especially to any children studying. When the applicant's acoustic engineers visited the premises to test for structurally transmitted vibrations, they confirmed to a resident that these difficulties were present in the building. They then produced a report for Block F advising that airborne noise could be controlled, but they conspicuously failed to suggest that structure-borne vibration can be controlled. The conclusion is therefore obvious that there is a problem at Block F with structure-borne vibration. This would then explain why, despite engineers having been sent to assess this very issue, the report produced only addressed airborne noise and was silent on structure-borne vibration. Because there is no satisfactory solution to this problem, and it so seems as if the intention here is actually to hide something, that something is being pulled back. If this application is approved, it would set, I think, an unwelcome precedent, and I urge you to reconsider this application and also item D, because that application too has the exact same effect and impact for residents. Next, City Plan 2 at DM40 requires a proposal like this to be supported by appropriate detailed evidence that demonstrates that the site is suitable and nuisance can and will be controlled. This has not been done. The application does not meet the Council's own requirements. This cannot be fixed by complying with the condition after permission is granted, because DM40 expressly requires the evidence to be provided pre-grant. This is even more important here because the evidence strongly suggests a problem. I note that the planning officer recommends the committee to grant permission subject to several conditions. The 2018 permission limits commercial and retail units from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. This is to protect residents, the same residents who are unable to use their own roof after 8 p.m. Letting difficulties do not justify the 24-hour extension, as other gym lets have been achieved without it. If this is lifted, then what was the point in insisting on a blanket restriction in the first place? And how will the council justify refusing future requests from other businesses to remove it from their premises? With 2 gyms very nearby, there is no rationale for another. Letting difficulties also do not justify overriding DM40. And in any event, it is not clear that the premises cannot be let as offices. The applicant's own marketing evidence refers to pent-up demand from other users seeking cost-effective space within the city. I would argue that rather than residents suffering to extract more rent, the applicant should.
I'm afraid we've run out of time.
Thank you, that's it.
Thank you very much. Could you switch your microphone off, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I ask if we have Steve Eccles here? Good afternoon, Mr. Eccles. Welcome to Planning Committee. So you've got a button on the right-hand side when it goes on, and just start on your own time, and then we'll advise you when your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Steve Eccles. I'm one of the directors of Socius, the developer for Edward Street Quarter. We've been involved, and I've personally been involved with the former Amex house site, now known as Edward Street Quarter, since 2017, where I've been the director that's overseeing this project. Our vision, working closely with local stakeholders, in particular the council and members, has always been to create a vibrant and mixed-use community, providing employment space, mixed tenure homes and a range of complementary ground floor spaces that contribute positively to this part of Brighton. This has largely been achieved, and indeed I believe it was mentioned in last month's committee that we've created a really high quality development. Homes are all let or sold. The majority of office space, as the officer has mentioned, have been occupied by large employers such as Octopus Energy, who are bringing employment opportunities to local people. But the missing and really frustrating piece of the jigsaw has been the activation of the ground floor amenity spaces. Despite the best efforts from ourselves and our team and agents, these have remained vacant now for the past 3 years, largely due to economic climate that we face and nervousness from the small businesses in Brighton that are likely to occupy these spaces. In recent months, we've seen an uptake in interest, particularly from leisure operators. We've had a cycle spin studio, Power Watts, that's new to Brighton, that opened in one of the blocks in December 2025 and has seen a positive impact on the community. As per the decision last month, we are finalising now, hopefully, terms with a climbing centre, following the committee approval, and have a gym operator that is interested in the 2 applications that you see today, which are separate units but can be linked by a staircase, hence coming forward as separate applications. As noted in the planning committee last month, the main reason for this change of use application is to align current policy with the original planning consent, which predated the change to Class E use. It was always our intention to have a mix of complementary uses, including offices, but also amenity spaces at ground floor. We absolutely do understand the concerns by residents in terms of assurances on noise impact. I want to assure the committee that residents' quiet enjoyment of their homes remains paramount, and having a long-term interest at the moment in this project, I can assure you I do not want 168 apartments complaining about noise impact. Alongside the protections that residents already have through environmental health controls, and now these added obligations sit alongside these applications, working with officers, we are confident that the new commercial tenants can sit side by side in this development as originally intended, and the requirement to submit evidence to demonstrate to the council that the noise impact is mitigated is clear as well. I would add that the gym operator has extensive experience of operating gyms that are beneath residential units and which similarly operate on a 24-hour basis in city centre locations. They have a team lined up which includes an acoustician who will follow the principles of the acoustic report that was submitted with the application, and most importantly, they are experienced in mitigation measures that will be required to ensure that residents are not unduly impacted. I hope the committee can appreciate our ongoing commitment to bringing this scheme to life and approve the change of use. I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time. Who would like to kick us off with some questions? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit concerned about the comments that my fellow councillor Marina made about vibration. So we've covered ourselves on the noise scenario. We had an extra condition added into the previous application. But how do we what can you say about the noise? So Marina had quoted some facts. Would you like to comment on that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the conditions have mirrored the discussion from last month, so I think the condition that's attached to the application does include mitigation of vibration. That is covered in I'm not a sound engineer, but our sound engineers assure us that that is covered in terms of vibration. I think the mitigation measures in this unit will be slightly different from the climbing centre that was just last month, because there is a requirement. I think there was a mention of treadmills and things like that. So there are other things that we have to do to make sure that we mitigate the vibration through the building.
That's not kind of the same. So the condition that we added to the previous application was about no amplified music being heard outside within and the noise rating of NR 25. So that's music. What are we going to do about the vibration?
I might have to defer to the officer, but I think that the one that you referred to in terms of amplified noise was the additional condition that was added, which I think has been included here as well. There is a separate condition which is following the principles of the noise report in terms of noise and vibration. That was an existing condition, condition 6, I think.
Yes, I just add that they had submitted a noise report, but it's more of like an overarching report that sets out that a use like a gym could be feasible, but you would need to go over and above and actually fit it out with a range of soundproofing measures. We haven't got that detail at the moment, so we haven't conditioned their noise report. We've got a separate condition. So before they can occupy, they would need to submit a scheme for noise and vibration management, including soundproofing of the party ceilings, floors, and the walls between the commercial and the residential units. So this is condition 5. I'd also say that they've also, as a condition of the original planning permission, they had to go 5 dB above building regs, which is quite a significant increase in building regs. So it is a brand new building. It is a different building. It's got much higher soundproofing as existing than you would expect in a standard building. But they're going to have to go further, and it'll be up to them to demonstrate. If they aren't able to demonstrate, then that condition won't be signed off, and they won't be able to occupy.
Sorry, I don't understand the term. So isn't it, by the way, condition 5? What I'd like is something that makes it 100% clear that the residents of those buildings won't feel any additional vibration from this new facility in their ground and lower ground floors. I don't know what everything else means here, but what you proposed, does that mean that they will not feel any vibrations?
The condition will they'll have to provide the soundproofing measures, and there'll have to be actual figures and testing of what is going to be transmitted. That'll be done by an acoustics specialist who'll be able to work out. But we've asked for sound and vibration, so they're going to have to cover sound and vibration to be able to discharge that specific condition.
Councillor Gilmont?
Hi, Steve. I had a few questions. The first one was, why 2 applications when materially the same?
Yeah, I think it's one of the challenges. Again, I might have to defer to the officer. These, strictly speaking, these are 2 can be separate and distinct units. One is on the lower ground floor, as the officer presented, and one is the upper ground floor. What we designed in as a principle of the scheme is the ability you can connect them with a staircase. So strictly speaking, I think the policy position, they are strictly 2 separate units, but they can be linked. So they had to come forward as 2 applications, I believe.
My next question was, what type of gym? I mean, we've got lots of different types of gyms, different types of equipment, give off different kind of vibrations. So I don't know if you can kind of give a bit more information on that. And if you're thinking about a gym over 2 floors, how you're thinking about the equipment on those different floors and the vibrations.
Yeah, so there's a couple of points there. So it's a more traditional what you think is a gym. So it's weights, cardio, etc. Now, compared to the climbing centre that was brought to committee last month, which is a very different type of leisure use. So the noise report sets out specific locations for certain uses. So there was mention from the councillor before in terms of the objection to the application about the vibrations felt from the noise testing. At the moment, these units are completely shelled. There is no mitigation in them. They are a concrete box, effectively. So inevitably, we have to take a baseline from how the building performs as it was constructed, with weight drops and things in places. That then determined the acoustic report that was submitted with the application, which tells us, for example, you wouldn't be able to put free weights. Free weights is probably the biggest issue if a person drops weights, which will require sprung floors or matting to deaden the sound and the vibration that comes from that. So what will happen, and goes back to what the officer said, is that we'll have to submit that, which I suspect will be fit-out plans showing locations and how that meets the requirements of the acoustic report and the noise and vibration condition attached to the application.
Can I just bring the council officer in here?
I just quickly wanted to point out to people that effectively this permission seeks to expand the use. So we could talk about sort of detailed gyms that are going in there and what equipment they have, but I just want to point out to everyone that in theory it would allow for a range of different leisure uses. So any noise and mitigation sort of assessment and mitigation plan that is submitted would need to cover the worst case scenario in a range of different measures. So I just want to point out that in theory, if the operator that they've potentially got in fell through, it could become a climbing centre, or it could become any kind of leisure use. So I'm just pointing out effectively that we need to plan for a range of different uses within that leisure ED category.
And it must meet the conditions of the noise and vibration that we're putting on.
Absolutely, it would definitely need to meet those for whatever, but I think we wouldn't just be guided by one type of specific use when we're making an assessment of that mitigation plan.
Yeah. Obviously, the key to these are the key is going to be the party walls, which are next to residential. So this application, which is the lower ground floor, for most of it, it hasn't got residential above. It's got the upper floor, which is the ground floor of the commercial, but it does have at the front of the building, which appears as the ground floor. It looks like the ground floor. It has got 3 flats which sit immediately above. So just because it's the lower ground doesn't mean it hasn't got some residential above it. It's not completely all set underneath the ground floor. It has got some residential occupiers also at ground floor above it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one other question, just around the time, the 24 hours. I assume the 24 hours is to maximise the kind of economic potential of the gym. Marina kind of pointed out there are a couple of other gyms in the area. I was just wondering if they have a time frame on them in terms of opening hours. You might not know that. The officers might know. I just thought I'd ask.
I don't know the situation with other gyms. I mean, we're looking for a change of use. We have a specific tenant in mind, in the same way that we had for the climbing centre before. Their specific USP is about 24-hour operation. Inevitably, overnight, the use is lower. It's about being able to cater for a 24-hour city, which Brighton is. So the usage is lower overnight, but again, the mitigation is still the same in terms of we've got to make sure that residents have quiet enjoyment of those flats. And as I say, to reiterate, as developer, we want to make sure that's right as well, which is why we've engaged with officers to make sure the conditions are right.
Thank you. Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. Just talking about 24-hour use, do gyms normally have 24-hour use?
I mean, I'm not a gym expert per se. I can only repeat what I've been told in terms of our engagement with this gym operator. I think it is becoming more prevalent now to cater for different working cycles, etc. So I think it's certainly this operator that we're working with. It's one of their USPs. I believe all of their other sites are 24-hour use. And as I said in my statement, they are well versed in working within buildings that have residential units above.
And the other question was, there has, as the councillor said, there has been there is a complaint about constant vibration. Do you know where that's coming from? We haven't even, if the gym's not even there, where's this vibration coming from? Do you know? Has it been raised with you?
I think the reference, I believe, was in terms of the noise testing that we did to underpin this application, which would have an impact. So we went through the building with receptors at different levels, and effectively what that was dropping weights onto the concrete floor or onto pads on the concrete floor. So inevitably, with no mitigation, people would feel that. We have done works on this. We have done works on the site. This is a concrete frame building, so there have been construction works at times that we've done on the site that may have had an impact. But I don't know the details of what those vibrations and impact was.
Unusual. I mean, you say you've done, obviously the testing is one thing, but any other works that you've carried out, that was that recently?
Yeah, we've done some initial enabling works to hopefully facilitate the climbing centre within one of the blocks, which was removal of, if I think it was mentioned at the last committee, removal of some elements of concrete floor to create a double height space. Because, as the officer mentioned, the topography of this site, it gave us that opportunity to create a double height space. So there's some construction works there. We've done some fit out works to some of the spaces where we've got other tenants. I mentioned Power Watts, which is a new business that's come into the site, which is beneath one of the commercial buildings rather than the residential. But it may have been the construction works because it is a concrete building sitting below a basement. If there is noise, as the councillor said, it does vibrate. It can vibrate through the building. But that's before we put any mitigation measures in.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Something just rang a little alarm bell in my head about the change of use to leisure use general. So I've got it in my head that there could be some Northern Soul kind of event in that building at 2 in the morning on a Tuesday night. Does leisure use cover that type of thing? I'm sure this developer would be very mindful of the residents, but somebody in the future may not be.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Class E use, which this falls under, it's basically, Class E on the whole is there to be compatible with surrounding residential uses. That's one of the purposes of why it's a more flexible use class that allows for a range of different uses. You know, that's something that's quite different from a nightclub, which would fall under a completely different use class. Yeah. And then just to add, obviously, if any, as we said before, any music associated with, for example, a gym use, there's a specific condition that we've added in terms of amplified audio that requires, basically doesn't exceed a certain noise rating, which is basically, yeah, or at least within the comfort zone, so it shouldn't keep you awake at night time and shouldn't disrupt you in the day.
Yeah, it's not being had.
Yeah.
Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. Question for officers. Could we condition the time that the space is open? Would that be allowed?
Well, they've applied for a 24-hour use. So we've considered this. We've considered the location, the sound mitigation that they will need to put in. We've also recommended a noise management, an operational noise management plan, which will detail how the building is run, whether in terms of the comings and goings, what will be used as accesses and those sort of things. So we think there's sufficient safeguard, looking at the planning balance, that a 24-hour use can be acceptable. That's why it's up for approval. So that's the application in front of us. If you think it's unacceptable, then you'd either vote to refuse it, or you can suggest an amended condition, and that's in your gift, I guess.
Councillor Theobald.
I just wonder why it really is 24 hours. I mean, Block E, I think we gave to 7, I think it was something like 7 till 11, or 2,300 hours. What activities do they do after 11 o'clock, between 11 and 6, thinking...
This is for people who have strange shift patterns, Carol. It probably didn't happen in your day. People who are working until midnight and think, oh, I can't sleep, I know I need to go and work out for an hour. Not you or me. We're normally tucked up with our cocoa by 9 o'clock. Any more questions for council officers? Can I ask a question? Thanks for coming along. You didn't come to the last one, did you? No. So I'm confused why there are, I understand, obviously my colleague here has asked about why there's 2 applications today, but I'm confused as to why there's been 3 applications in total. Why, all separately? Why have they been split up, do you know?
I'd probably have to defer to our planning consultant and officers. I think this is the way, because they are independent units, I think they were brought forward, because they were originally all submitted at the same time, so they were submitted before Christmas, where we looked at I think we did look at a single change of use application for everything, and then in consultation with officers, it got split down between our planning consultant and officers. As I say, I do appreciate it's slightly confusing, this one, because it's two units that are one above the other, but
That's not the bit that's confusing.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you had next door and now this. So,
it is a separate.
why didn't you?
It is a separate building.
Yeah. No, I know. Block E, and yeah. Why? That like with the hours, why are they different? Why wouldn't you want 24 hours for that one previously?
I think, as I mentioned in my statement, we always foresaw Edward Street Quarter being a city centre location and having a mix of uses and becoming a vibrant part of the city. I know the comments from the councillor and the objection comments. I think the hours of operation, we've come forward with change of use applications where we can demonstrate to officers and members that we've got tenants, i.e. it's not that we're looking to do this to give ourselves ultimate flexibility to go out to the market and then try to fill them. We thought it was a better solution, given the challenges we've had with these units sitting vacant, to find the tenants and then come forward and aligning their requirements to the change of use. So the climbing centre is not looking for hours beyond, I think, 7 to 11.
Is it the same operator or not?
No,
okay.
completely different. And the gym operator, as I said, they have a specific requirement for 24-hour use, so we've come forward with their requirements. I don't think, if the 24-hour use is rejected, then I don't think it will be suitable for them. I can't say with certainty, I'd have to go back and consult with them, but all of their other operations are 24-hour use.
I mean, I think I'll probably speak for myself here, that, my concern is we approved the last one thinking it was a standalone. I wasn't aware that there were two others down the track. I am concerned that, this is this has got a lot of residential space in it. What sort of helped me in my mind last time was the fact that it was a climbing wall, and it seemed like the amount of vibration and noise would be relatively minimal. Also, the closing hours. This seems to me, like you said, different operator, whatever, a completely different prospect. How can you reassure us that this is not? I know you said you don't want to have a lot of upset neighbours. None of us does, but you'd be surprised how many upset neighbours there are.
I think, again, it's probably a question for the officer as well. I mean, I think the reassurance that I can give to members is that the conditions are absolute in terms of the standards we've got to achieve in terms of residents' quiet enjoyment of those apartments. So the controls are in place to make sure that us and ultimately the tenant complies with those obligations, which is the NR20 and NR25, depending on the time of day. So they are absolute in terms of we've got to demonstrate to officers that we are achieving that level of mitigation so that people, to be blunt, can sleep at night.
Or use the gym for the ones that want to go out and do it at midnight, I suppose. Well, then, can I ask council officers, we put some quite robust wording in after the last one because we were very concerned about the impact on residents. Is this something that we can approve, and then absolutely these conditions, everything is watertight, that we don't end up in some position where, because we quite often find ourselves where it's retrospective, and then I don't know, I feel like it kind of, I just don't want it sliding and coming back to keep people away.
Well, just in terms of the condition, in terms of the soundproofing and the vibration management, they will have to demonstrate the worst case scenario. So they're not doing it on this application like that they've got a yoga group or something, and they're just doing it for that sort of group. Because we're not granting it for a specific end user. No. So they will have to demonstrate that the potential of the noisiest leisure sort of use, which might be a gym, like a noisy gym, and they'll have to set out what those are. They'll have to demonstrate that it's going to meet the standards and the mitigations for that noisiest use. So yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
This the
24-hour thing that's now niggling me with the noise. It's all the stuff of, the door closing, so-and-so saying, oh, bye, Josh, see you next Tuesday, outside, It's all of that noise that in the dead of night, it really travels, doesn't it? And how do we mitigate against that?
Well, that was the purpose. One of the reasons why there's an additional condition on these permissions as opposed to, on these applications than the previous Block E that went to committee is to deal with that issue, which is an operational noise management plan. Now, the thing with operational noise management plans is they're not necessarily fail-safe because people do make a noise, but it's about how it's for the operator to set out how they're actually going to deal with those kind of scenarios, people hanging around entrances, chatting, at 3 a.m, so that they would need to put a plan to us about how they're going to actually address those kind of issues, or people opening windows if that's possible, or so on. So that's the purpose of adding the operational noise management plan, as I say, which wasn't attached to the permission that you granted at the previous committee for Block E because of the nature of the 24-hour use.
Okay. Councillor Castell.
Thank you, Chair. This is sort of a question to you and to Chris. Just presumably when the building was actually constructed, it would have had to have passed building regs. And one of the building regs conditions was probably to do with soundproofing, both transmission and vibration and so on. So I was wondering, we've got the condition for them to submit a sound, an acoustics report. Would it be useful to have the building regs approval on the background to it, and saying because obviously the building regs, you submit the drawings to show what you're going to do, and then they come and test it afterwards to make sure that it's been done in conjunction with what was approved. So if we had that building regs information, which I know we don't normally have at planning, would that help to sort of give any comfort to, say, Joy and anybody else who's concerned about noise? Because if it's good enough for building regs,
Yeah, I'll just say, this building already complies with building regs, and it actually had a condition where it had to be built to 5 dB above building regs, which looks at noise and transmission. So what we're asking is going to be beyond that, and it's going to be specific for a gym use. It may require hung ceiling or other sorts of soundproofing in specific areas. So it's going to be my understanding. It will be beyond what's necessary for building regs.
Councillor Parrott. Oh, Councillor Parrott.
Yeah, it would have needed to be signed off the building regs before. So obviously, but I do get your point. There are obviously some calculations out there about what level it did hit originally. Yeah.
Councillor Parrott.
Sorry.
So I have a couple of questions. Number one is, so are you saying that the vibration noise experienced by the resident that Marina brought to us, it was actually to do with construction work that was going on pre the planning application that we saw at the last planning meeting in preparation for the climbing wall?
I mean, I can't say with any certainty because that's the first time I've heard that. But we've done works on site. I'm guessing if some people have had inconvenience, my suspicion will be the building works that we did in Block E to remove some of the floor, which was a while ago.
And my second question is, can I just clarify? I think you said that you already have a gym operator in mind, hence the reason it needs to be 24 hours, because the planning officer said that there wasn't one, I think, in mind, and that the application was as a general application. But you're saying you have got, I presume it's someone like Fitness First who wants to open 24 hours. I'm not asking you to confirm or deny that, but it'd be someone like that who wants to that generally operates a 24-hour gym policy.
Yeah, just to be clear, I mean, I think the officer was. This is obviously a change of use, which is irrespective of a tenant. Where I'm coming from is I have a tenant, and that's why I'm doing the change of use. So until me being able to finalise an agreement with that tenant is subject to this change of use. So if the committee approve this, then it will allow me to go back and finalise the legal agreement, pass through the planning obligations through that agreement to allow that letting to occur. So it's a bit chicken and egg.
Then on that basis, if we reduce the hours or put a condition on that, potentially you could go and find another gym operator who might want to do that. And I appreciate that your work in terms of the particular gym operator you've got in mind would be lost, but there potentially, if we granted it for, a 6 till 10 or, sort of more ordinary gym hours, in highly residential areas, potentially there could be another gym operator that might want to do that, like Hove Fitness or someone who we gave a planning application to the other day to increase their hours slightly, for example.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have a tenant lined up. It's the committee's prerogative if you want to reduce those hours. I think it'd be a shame that obviously the tenant would fall over, but I think that's probably what we'd do. We'd have to remarket the unit again.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, because, when I first read this, I must admit I was, pretty nervous. And then, obviously it's a change of use, and then obviously there aren't going to be nightclubs because that's a different use altogether. But the fact that you get a 24-hour, tenant in, and then it doesn't work out for them, and then somebody else comes in, then they can do whatever they want for 24 hours. That's what bothers me about the 24-hour thing. I mean, would you, you said that we could put a condition on this. I mean, is that something that you would be prepared to accept if we were to reduce your hours?
The 24-hour use is specific to the tenant that we've got lined up before. It's not something that we've got lined up for this unit. It's not something that's been raised by other occupiers. But I couldn't say with any certainty. I'd have to defer to officers about how you would control that against a change of use, because I appreciate it's conflating two issues.
I mean, as Chris said earlier, our recommendation is for a 24-hour use, but the committee can add a condition to restrict the hours, much like the previous application. You appreciate that was for a different operator, but that, as Chris said, that's within your gift to add that condition if you're uncomfortable with the recommendation for 24 hours.
Thank you. Councillor Gilman.
Chris, could you just take me through how old the building is, whether you've ever had a tenant in there, and then and if not, how long it's been kind of empty for?
So the building completed in March 2023, and these units have effectively sat empty since then. The only letting that we've managed to do, we've got I think it's about 35,000 square feet of ground floor use, and as I say, our vision, notwithstanding COVID and then some of the economic challenges that we've had, we've not been able to deliver that sort of amenity-driven ground floor use that would give the vibrancy to the estate. So they've sat empty since then. So they are shell units at the moment.
So the tenants who are above have never kind of experienced what it's like to have a business in under them, effectively.
Yeah, that's correct. And as I say, because the units have no noise mitigation, notwithstanding what the officer said about the overall building in terms of building control and the noise standards that we delivered that to in terms of facade and glazing and everything is really high. The challenge is these units are just empty concrete shells. There are no wall finishes. There is no flooring at the moment. So obviously it's a bit like if you're in one of those units, anything will make a noise. If you drop something, it will make a noise. We'd have to put flooring in. I think with gyms, there'll be matting and things like that go in to deaden the sound when it hits the floor and things like that. So there is no fit out in any of these units, with the exception of the Power Watts one, the spin studio that moved in before Christmas.
Any more questions? Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, can I just ask about the 5 dB above building regs that you said? Is that for the entire building or is it just for the lower part?
haven't got the exact wording in front, but it was 5 dB. It was 2018 when it was 5 dB above building regs for any party walls and ceilings which went in between a residential space and a commercial space, or I think it maybe also a residential space and a plant room or something like that. Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Anybody, any more questions? We'll move to debate. Who would like to start us off? Councillor Patel.
Thank you very much, Chair. I remember this was one of the applications that was approved when I was Chair, and I believe that one of the key sort of issues about the development of the site was to ensure that it did have a mix of uses, because of course it had been, it was the old annex block, which was entirely employment use. So I'm sure it's probably the same policy now, but under the policy, that there had to be some employment use built into the site as well. And so that's why we are where we are with, so many sort of empty bits of the building, unfortunately, because of the changes that have happened over the last few years. But we mustn't forget also that gyms are employment uses as well, which is why they're under that use class. So as far as policy is concerned, this is acceptable, and the marketing has been done. And I mean, despite what I think Councillor Latimer didn't think she was convinced by the marketing, but we have to go by what people who are paid to do this and what people do as their daytime job go by. And I've been to the building. I was invited to go along there when I first got elected a couple of years ago, and it is splendid. It really is lovely, and it's a shame to see those empty units. And given that the complaint about noise and vibration was probably when something was going on, and also, as has been pointed out, they're empty shells, and empty shells will make more noise and so on. And I would really be glad, for the sake of the developer, for the sake of the success of the development as a whole, and for the occupants of the building generally, not to have all this dead space around them. I mean, if I lived there, I'd be much happier if everywhere was occupied. So I'm happy with the conditions. If we did reduce the hours to say, we said we wanted to go to, I don't know, 10 hours, 12 hours, or whatever, the applicant could actually apply to vary that condition. Is that the case? And we would have to look at it again. So I'm ambivalent as to whether we do that or not. But I'm happy to support it as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Parrott.
Yeah, I just want to say really that I mean, it's a real shame when a building has empty space like this. They've clearly done as much as they can in terms of marketing. No developer wants something to sit empty. And as somebody who's grown up in London and and saw the impact in Greenwich, for example, in Docklands, when a lot of these kind of buildings were built, actually it's highly desirable for a lot of residents to have gyms on site, etc. It actually adds to, the nature of the property, and, people actually really enjoy it. I also, I guess, wouldn't consider Edward Street to be one of the quieter parts of the city in terms of neighbourhood, and we did bring this to the last planning committee, actually, that actually is already quite a busy area, and people, have bought or have moved there, knowing exactly what Edward Street is. It's not a shock to anyone. So I will be supporting this, and I think it's really nice that the area will be used appropriately for something that actually should be of benefit to residents and people in the local vicinity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Theobald.
Yeah, it is a good use of the site, seeing as it's been empty for 3 years. I do actually feel worried about the residents above. I really prefer that it was like 7 to 11 time now, and then perhaps later on they can increase the time, so there's not the noise there. So I'm torn, because I do feel worried about the 24-hour business.
Councillor Hill.
On the 24 hours point, I do actually favour the 24-hour system. I think there are certain people who might work in that kind of development who would benefit from it. And to give a sort of similar example, let's say, we're both fire authority members, let's say, there's a benefit for people who are living and who work in blue light services who might have a need to work in times that might be unusual. And this is obviously near to sort of police and so on. So it's worth considering that in terms of who might be considering living here. Similarly, maybe it's worth also pointing out that there isn't a precedent that this sets. So just because we might vote in favour of 24-hour, in this case for a gym, doesn't mean that another gym in another application would have an easier time getting 24-hour. So just want to point that out, and I'll be in favour of the application.
Thank you. Councillor Sheard.
Yeah, I was actually going to back up what Councillor Hill said, because I was going to give, as someone who works blue light adjacent, I finished my shift for work yesterday, finished at 5 to 4 this morning. And when I got home, roughly about 20 past 4, I had a decision. Do I get on with it? Do I just say, to hell with it, get on with my day and just miss sleep? Or do I try get 4 hours sleep and then get on with it? I chose the latter because I wanted to be sharp and here for you guys to enjoy my lovely wit. But my point is, there are plenty of other people who will just go, yeah, stuff it, my day's ruined, my sleep pattern's ruined. I might as well power through and try and skip a day's sleep and to them, that the gym is a lifeline. There are plenty of officers I work with who's use the gym, get to the gym at 5 o'clock in the morning to get an hour's exercise to help them wake up before their shift starts. And I think stripping them of that would be massively detrimental to the health of the people who keep us safe and look after us and keep us healthy. In regards to the noise, I think we've heard this is a quieter part of the centre of the city, but this doesn't stop it being the centre of the city. We are on this just over the road from Brighton Police Station. There is a pub literally directly opposite it. As I said in the last meeting, you've got St James Street with its nighttime economy and a load of shops and restaurants there that operate quite late into the night. Edward Street itself, again, police station being opposite, you get a lot of sirens going up and down it from police cars, get a lot of sirens going up and down into the hospital. I think this is an area that has a lot of noise and a lot of background noise. And as someone who lives next to the train line, when you live around noise, you have to live and work with it. And I think the building regulations put in place here show that there has been an element of thought. They are aware of this and they are taking steps to prevent it. But sitting there and trying to treat this as if we're putting a gym into a quiet town or village, as we might do if this was in Rottingdean or Hangleton, is not to represent this area in its true light, and therefore I am very happy for this to go forward.
Councillor Gilland.
I'll be supporting this. I'll be supporting it at 24 hours. I think the officers have spoken kind of clearly in terms of the mitigation that's going to be put in around this and the testing of the decibels up to the maximum standards. And assuming all that is done, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't want to kind of have a 24-hour gym. And I'd also add that the use of the space for health and exercise is a really, really good, really positive kind of aspect of it that will kind of support a lot of people in the area and the community.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we've dealt with all of the noise inside well, thank you, and I think this is a good use for the space. I'm still concerned about the 24 hours, and I'm concerned about the chatter outside and the door closing in the dead of night, and when there aren't, sirens going past and buses. So I'm a bit conflicted in my head about that.
I'm inclined to agree. I was a bit conflicted, but actually I'm when I think about other 24-hour gyms, which I'm aware that they exist elsewhere in the city, it's not like you've got hundreds of people gathering outside in the middle of the night. These are for the outliers who have unusual shift patterns and so forth. So in that respect, I'm feeling more reassured. Any more comments, or should we go to a vote? All those in favour?
Councillor Theobald, are you off or down? It's okay, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All those against? Well, we'll get on to that in a minute. That's the third option.
Yeah.
So nobody against and all those abstaining.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. So that's 8 for and 2 abstentions, which means that the planning permission is granted.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Chair, I will have to take the lead.
You did say that you had to go, don't worry. Thank you. We also need to... Oh, all right, a 5-minute break. To the next application, which is for the second site, the second application at Amax House. Councillor Hill, unfortunately, had already forewarned me that they had to leave. So if we can go on to BH 2025-03092, basically the council officer will read it out and then we'll vote straight away if everyone's happy with that.
Yeah, so all the issues and considerations are pretty much the same. So this is the ground floor. I just quickly whiz through where it is. So it starts here and goes up. It doesn't include this level here, but it goes back. And just here, yeah, here's the site plan and the floor plan. We've had the same sort of objections. You've heard about the principle of development, the impacts on neighbour and the highways issues. I'm not going to go through everything again. The only things I would say is different about this one is we've got an additional condition because above here are 3 roof lights or a number of roof lights, and we've got a condition that they need to set out how they would block light from those at night, impacting on the floor above. So that's an additional condition which is on this application, but not on the other one. But the same conclusion at planning balance is as on the other proposal, and the recommendation is to approve.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Do you know whether that roof light it can be opened? Because we wouldn't want I suppose we've already covered the noise. I'm still thinking about noise and...
The condition just talks about shall not be brought into use until the control of light output from the roof lights of the commercial unit between the hours of 22 and 6 a.m. has been submitted and approved. So it will be about how it's opened, if they can put blinds on it. So they'll have to set out how. I don't think it's probably one that is able to be opened. It's sort of like set into the... Sorry.
To be sure, they can't open it and noise emit from it. Couldn't we add something about closing it at that time as well as putting the blind across? Is that simple enough to do? And I'm going a bit over the top now, gang, but...
This is important. This is the issue. Yeah.
Yes.
I guess when they do the noise and sound mitigation, it will be on the basis that they don't open the windows because these units have all got aircon as well. So so I think that will be set out anyway in there.
Makes me slightly nervous when you say "I guess," because I sort of think we don't want to guess. We want to be sure. Go on, Ben.
Sorry.
I was just going to say that we do have the operational noise management plan condition as well. So I think that we would expect them to demonstrate how they're going to reduce noise, and one of those would be through minimising open windows, if indeed it can be opened. Yeah. So I think we can reasonably control it through the conditions that we have, but we just need to make sure that it's something that's checked. It's effectively checked off when we look at the operational noise management plan and the mitigation plan.
Okay. Are there any more questions, or are you happy to go to a vote? Yes, of course.
Sorry, I don't entirely understand what these roof lights, they're internal roof lights?
Just to clarify, they're not internal roof lights, but I think Chris is just going to show where they are in the building.
Sorry, so do they go between the proposed ground floor gym and the upper gym? So are they just between those two?
Yes, this...
Can you see that? So yeah. So effectively, what we've got here is this is Block F. This is the frontage onto Edward Street, and unfortunately, it's in the shade. But can you see that there's a lower element here, and hopefully you can just make out that there's two large roof lights on top of that. So that's effectively where it is. And so you've got residential windows on the side of the taller building that look down onto that. So if it's not covered over with some kind of blackout blind or similar, then, at 3 a.m, what you don't want is light kind of radiating up through those. So that's where they are effectively on a lower section of the building, and that's why they're still external.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that they're opening, but yeah.
No, I don't.
They don't look like they're opening, no. Can you just press your thing?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So what Councillor Robinson was saying then is also it would be good to check that they don't open, because that would also be a problem for residents living above as well, wouldn't it?
I think we need to confirm, A, that they don't open, and if they do, that they've got they basically keep them closed, and that's part of the noise, the operational noise management plan.
Okay. So that could be added.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any more questions, Councillor Parrott?
Sorry, I just for my peace of mind, can I just check that there were no additional substantive complaints or objections raised to this planning application as opposed to previous?
Well, as Councillor Lademacher said, she was objecting to both. So.
Okay, I asked if there was any additional other than her.
No.
No.
No, that's why we haven't got any speakers.
No other comments or anything?
There were.
Yeah, there were objections to the application. There was a similar number of objections to each scheme. I presume most people in the block objected to both the schemes. Yeah. There's lots of this. I would say this scheme has got more party walls and ceilings to the residential, just because it's at the ground floor, so you've got more residential above, whereas the last scheme had predominantly had this floor above, other than at the front of the building where it also has residential. So each of the applications had residential as a party wall or ceiling, but this one obviously has got more residential above because its location on the ground floor. Yeah.
Any more questions? Any more debate? Or would you like to go for a vote? Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour? All those against? And all those abstaining?
Thank you, Chair. Since we have 9 in total now, we have 7 for, 0 against and 2 abstentions, which means that the application is agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to the resident who's come in. Let's move on to the final application on our agenda today. So we've got Rebecca, is that right? Thank you, Chris and Stephen. When you're ready, Rebecca. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to look at 65 Ladies Mile Road, BH 2026 00234. This is an application for the erection of a new dwelling house to the rear of the existing dwelling and subdivision of the rear garden. The application has been subject to amendments to address initial concerns of the local highway authority and to make minor alterations to the internal layout. This is a map of the application site, so 65 Ladies Mile Road is on the corner, on the junction of Ladies Mile Road and Ladies Mile Close. To the rear, to the side, and at the rear there is Mackey Park, a designated open green space. The site is considered to be fairly sustainable, with bus routes on Ladies Mile Road itself, and then other connections just here with the number 5 bus, and then there are a parade of shops along here and a local public house.
I'm not seeing anything. Am I the only person who's not seeing anything on the screen? Or have you got a cursor that you're showing?
No, I can't see.
Oh, I see.
I
Okay,
can't see
right.
the cursor.
No.
All right, don't worry. Sorry, I thought there was a cursor on there. Okay.
This is the application site bounded in red. A aerial photo of the application site. Again, it's this corner property on the junction here. A 3D aerial photo of the application site. Street photos of the site. So this photo is taken at the junction of Warndine Road and Ladies Mile Road. This is the existing property, which is not changed other than the subdivision of the rear garden. This is an existing HMO which was granted planning permission in 2024 for an occupation of 7 people. This is the side return of the property into Ladies Mile Close, and the black arrow on the photograph denotes approximately where the new frontage for the dwelling house proposed would be. Photograph of the rear garden of Ladies Mile Road. You can see it's quite a large rear garden. To the back of where I'm stood taking the photograph are some sheds, which I'll point out on a slide coming in a bit, where the existing cycle parking is for the HMO. These photos depict the trees that are on the site. So there's the horse chestnut tree in this top photograph. Tree will be retained and is subject to protection as part of the tree protection plan and one of the conditions. These elder and Monterey trees are being removed as part of the application, and then there are adjacent elder trees within the parkland to the rear of the site which would be retained and protected through the tree protection condition. This is the existing site plan, so that shed that I mentioned, that's here, and that houses the existing cycle parking for the 7-bedroom HMO.
So I think the issue is that
they can't see it.
They can't see the cursor.
No. Sorry, that's what I was asking. And when you said here, it's like I can't see any cursor moving.
Okay.
Can anybody else?
No. The only way I've found to resolve that for me personally is to go into the PDF in SharePoint, and for some reason that sometimes helps. If that's something that's possible for you to do. Otherwise, you might just need to say east and west.
Okay, so the shed that I am talking about is on the rear boundary, and it is the sort of the middle one of the 3. There's a summer house, then a shed, and then a separate shed. Yes.
Yes.
So you've got the big house, you've got the main property.
There, and then you've got the rear bits there.
Yeah.
Sorry, does anybody else have any?
If it helps, by the way, we can do this on this.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this isn't your cursor, but if anyone needs to do this one, if that helps. Because it's just on the screen.
Is it worth me going?
Yes. You go there. Thank you.
And your helpful assistant.
My glamorous assistant.
Yeah, your glamorous assistant, exactly. You can, but I'm just looking there. So I'm not going to start with your mock-up now. He's doing it. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm the only one who's got a screen up here. You guys normally have a... I know. Yeah. I don't know. Don't worry, it hasn't gone unnoticed. Why haven't they got screens? There's a new one on the way, apparently, but not in time for today. You too? Well, because this is the one you decided.
Oh, it's, yeah, I don't want to...
No, okay, all right, let's crack on.
So this is the proposed site plan. So you can see the existing house is retained with the outbuilding to Ladysmith Close, which is unaffected by the proposals. Then you have the subdividing fence creating the new plot for the new dwelling house, which is offset slightly from that boundary. Then the second sort of largest grey area on the site plan is the new dwelling house with parking area to the front and residential garden to the rear. There is also cycle parking and bin storage at the front, and these parts here adjacent to the parkland are the amendments sought by the Highway Authority to allow pedestrians to join up with the existing tarmac outside the property and access the crossing point that is adjacent. This is a slide showing the proposed garden splits. So you can see that once subdivided, the rear garden at the HMO would have a garden area of 122 square metres. The new dwelling house would have a front and side garden area, but a rear garden area of just over 43 square metres, which is considered acceptable. The proposed elevations for the property. The materials are subject to a condition on the decision notice requiring further details of the materials, but it is understood from the plan submitted that they will match the materials used on 65 Ladies Mile Road or take cues from it. So a tiled roof, render and brick walls with aluminium windows. A proposed section of the property denoting that the internal floor to ceiling heights would be 2.3 metres as required by the nationally described space standards. A proposed street scene, so you can see the side of 65 Ladies Mile Close alongside the proposed new dwelling house, which would be single storey. Proposed sectional elevations showing 65 Ladies Mile Road in the background and the new dwelling in the foreground. The top image is taken sort of behind the existing fencing. So as you would see it if you were sort of standing where the existing boundary wall is, so showing the entrance to the property on the side, and the bottom image is as you would see it from the adjacent parkland. The proposed floor plan for the property. So it has an internal floor area of 62.5 square metres. For reference, the minimum under the nationally described space standards for a property that has 2 bedrooms for 3 people is 61 square metres. So it does slightly exceed, but does meet the minimum space standards. For the property, you have sort of a through kitchen living area, a double occupancy bedroom to the rear, and a single occupancy bedroom to the front with a bathroom in the middle. There have been 7 representations who have objected to the scheme for reasons concerning noise, parking, that the proposal would be overdevelopment and the garden shouldn't be split, concerns about the impact on the existing HMO, and other concerns. We have also had 2 objections from the ward councillors, and a copy of their objection should be attached in the reports pack that you will have received. The key considerations for the scheme are that it will deliver a new dwelling, so a contribution to housing supply within the city, the impacts on the existing 7-person HMO at 65 Ladies Mile Road, the design and appearance of it, standard of accommodation internally, the impacts on neighbour amenity, highway and transport matters, and those trees that I have identified during this presentation. So, in conclusion, the proposal would make a small but positive contribution to housing supply in the city, providing a new two-bedroom, 3-person dwelling. The effects of the subdivision on the HMO are considered to be acceptable, and there is a condition to secure replacement cycle parking for the occupants of the HMO as part of the proposals. The standard of accommodation is acceptable, and the size, based on the size of the dwelling presented and the proposed level of occupation. The increased impacts on neighbours are considered to be acceptable. They are noted, but they're not considered to warrant refusal of the application. It's not considered that there would be an unacceptable loss of privacy, overlooking or overshadowing from the construction or occupation of the new dwelling. The local highway authority did raise some concerns and request some amendments during the consideration of the scheme, but these have been addressed through amendments, and they are now supportive of the proposals. The arboricultural officer hasn't objected to the removal of the 2 trees, but has requested a condition to make sure that any works within the root protection areas of the trees to be retained do not impact on those trees, and we do have measures secured by condition. And the recommendation is made subject to several conditions concerning materials, cycle parking for both the new dwelling and the existing HMO, provision of refuse and recycling space, the removal of permitted development rights for the new dwelling, and the retention of and implementation of the layout as it is shown on the plans that you have seen, details of proposed landscaping, tree protection measures, the vehicle crossover, energy and water efficiency conditions, contaminated land, bee bricks and biodiversity measures, and that the property is exempt from SIL because it's a self-built. Overall, the proposal is considered to be acceptable subject to those conditions.
Thank you. Okay, do we have Michelle Graham here, please? Thank you very much, Ms. Graham. Have a seat, and thank you for your patience, because you've been here a long time. You've got, 3 minutes. The button is at the bottom right of your microphone, and our Democratic Services Officer will let you know when your 3 minutes is up, so when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Michelle Graham, owner-occupier of 67 Ladies Mile Road, the property adjoining the proposed development. I ask you to refuse the application because it would result in overdevelopment of the site, harm the character of the area, and have an unacceptable impact on neighbouring amenity. Firstly, the character of the site. This is not a vacant development site. As shown on page 75 of the public reports pack, the plot is a rear garden within an established suburban area where gardens provide openness, greenery and separation between homes. Adding a separate dwelling into this garden would fundamentally alter that character and be out of keeping within the established pattern of development. As noted by the planning officer, the site is within a nature improvement area and adjacent to Mackey Park at the rear, which is designated local green space and open space. These are important local characteristics that should be respected. Secondly, the proposal represents an over-intensive use of the site. The existing property already has been approved as a 7-person HMO. Adding a separate dwelling on the same plot would further intensify residential activity, while significantly reducing the outdoor space available to the existing occupants. This is overdevelopment of a constrained site, resulting in a level of intensity that is out of keeping with the surrounding area. Finally, I ask you to consider the impact on neighbouring amenity. The Council's own pre-application advice concluded that the proposal overly dominated the plot and strongly recommended reducing its footprint. I do not believe that this fundamental concern has been adequately addressed. The proposal would still place a new bungalow close to our shared boundary, with a window and 4-height glazed doors facing directly towards our home and garden. The result would be increased overlooking, loss of privacy, reduced outlook, and a greater sense of enclosure. These impacts conflict with the objectives of Policy DM20, which seeks to protect the amenity of neighbouring occupiers. I do acknowledge the need for additional housing in the city. Indeed, it's featured strongly in your conversations today. However, housing need is only one material planning consideration, and it does not override the requirement for development to be appropriate to its setting and to protect neighbouring amenity. In my view, the harm to the character of the area, the overdevelopment of the site, and the unacceptable impact on neighbouring amenity are significant and not outweighed by the very limited benefit of a single additional dwelling. For the reasons I've outlined, together with those raised by other objectors, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application.
Thank you. Yes, that's great. Thanks very much. Councillor McNair, would you like to take your place? When you're ready, Councillor, you know the routine.
Consider the perspective of neighbouring residents. They are seeing the character of their neighbourhood changed, their privacy affected, and the relationship with this green space altered. What are we objecting to? A 2-bedroom house in the garden of an HMO. Planning officers were already concerned about overdevelopment when they included conditions on this HMO, reducing the requested occupancy of 9 to 7 residents. Residents of this quiet neighbourhood have understandable concerns about what this proposed property could become in the future. If planning permission is approved, a condition should be attached prohibiting the property from being converted into or used as an HMO. This proposal lies right in the boundary of Mackey Park. The gardens that back onto the park contribute substantially to the rural feel of the place, creating a green outlook attractive to wildlife. This development will result in the loss of a significant area of garden space and create a sense of encroachment onto the park. The HMO's garden currently complements the greenery of the park and provides space for the 7 residents. Building a separate dwelling on this plot will significantly reduce that open garden space, replacing a green area with a more intensive form of development. This is difficult to reconcile with the need to protect biodiversity and could increase pressure on the remaining outdoor space, with potential impacts on noise and privacy. Neighbours are rightly worried about being overlooked from the property. We realise Condition 5 prohibits extension and enlargement without further planning permission, but we would like this condition strengthened. An additional floor, loft conversion or extension would cause significant overlooking and loss of privacy for neighbouring residents. The house, if approved, which we hope not, should not be allowed to be enlarged. We agree with the transport officers that the proposed creation of the crossover would reduce available parking in the area. Off-road parking is planned, but only for 1 car. Where will all the visitors park? Ladies Mile Close is very narrow, lacking space for any extra vehicles which this house would attract. Ladies Mile Road, too, lacks space for extra vehicles, being so close to Patcham High and junior schools. The additional dwelling would add further pressure to an already constrained parking environment. This proposal raises wider concerns about the gradual loss of garden space and the character of established neighbourhoods. Decisions such as this matter because they shape the future of our communities. We need to consider not only whether this individual development fits this particular site, but also whether it respects the green spaces, biodiversity, and residential character that make this area special. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Do we have Toby Aiken or Luke Carter with us, please, online?
Hi there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aiken. Hi, how are you?
I'm ready.
When you're ready, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so chair members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Toby Deacon of Lewis and Co Planning, and we are the planning agents for the applicant. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant in support of this application for a single dwelling to the rear of 65 Ladies Mile Road. I will focus briefly on the key planning points, noting at the outset that your officers recommend approval subject to conditions. Firstly, the principle of development. This is a sustainable residential location within the built-up area. The site is not constrained by any heritage designations and sits within an established area of residential development. The proposal delivers a new home in a sustainable location. It is modest in scale, but nonetheless makes a genuine contribution to housing supply, which is a priority for the council and the government. Secondly, design and character. The scheme before you has evolved significantly through pre-application discussion with officers. The scale has been reduced and the form has been refined to reflect the local context. The resulting building is a single story, modest in height, and aligns with the character of the nearby developments, particularly the smaller scale built form of bungalows on Ladies Mile Close. Officers conclude that the design is acceptable and integrates appropriately with the surrounding urban grey. Thirdly, amenity. This is subject of the majority of objections, we understand, but it's important to focus on the actual impacts. The proposal has been carefully designed to avoid overlooking, overbearing impacts, or loss of light. Separation distances are appropriate for the context. The building is single story only, and reforms are designed to reduce massing at the boundaries of the site. Officers are clear in their report that there will be no material harm to neighbouring amenity, and that any increase in activity from a modest two-bedroom dwelling is limited and acceptable. In addition, the garden area for the new house and the retained garden area to the HMO remains at a reasonable size and would be secured and improved through condition. 4, highways and parking. This has been robustly assessed. A parking survey demonstrates that parking stress levels in the locality remain well below thresholds considered harmful, and that the proposed new house will not lead to an increase in parking pressure locally. The scheme provides dedicated off-street car parking space, cycle parking, improved access arrangements, and following amendments, the highways team have raised no objection. There are no technical objections from consultees. The development provides a high-quality home, meets space standards, and delivers a sustainable use of land. When weighed against policy, there's no policy conflict and no harm that would justify refusal under the MPPF. It represents precisely the type of small-scale, sustainable housing delivery that national and local planning policies seek to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to start with any questions? Councillor Theobald.
Just wondered if the applicant knows whether it's going to be another HMO.
The application hasn't applied to be a HMO. The entire city is subject to an Article 4 direction preventing the creation of new HMOs. So if it's built as a dwelling house, it would have to come in for planning permission to be turned into a HMO if they so chose to.
Another question. The 67, the neighbour that spoke, is next door. How near is that to this bungalow? And it says there's something about the windows and doors being overlooking.
Are you?
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes. So where is 67? Is it on the other side of the road?
67 is here.
Ah, okay. 67 is on the right-hand side for what we're looking at. Right. Did you have a further question, Councillor Theobald, about 67? No. Okay. Councillor Pickett. Sorry?
Didn't get an answer to say how near it is to the 67.
It's semi-detached. 65 and 67 are semi-detached.
Oh, semi-detached. But the new bungalow proposed, would that be right near that garden there? Yeah, yeah.
Can you switch your microphone off, please, Councillor?
So, Councillor, your question is about what's this distance here from the rear of the proposed dwelling to the existing boundary fence that divides 65 and 67? That distance is approximately 4.5 metres.
Councillor Pickett.
Thanks. There was a question about lack of storage in the hallway below the required 2 metres required. Are we definitely adding it as a condition to that additional storage is going to be added? I haven't added an additional condition requiring details of further inbuilt storage for the property. There is also a sort of undercroft storage, so this door here does provide access to some storage externally. And then there is a store sort of within the hall, and I have set it out in my report that I consider that you could add more storage to the bedrooms or the living areas without reducing the usable space, and in the context of the bedrooms, you could do that without reducing the minimum widths set out in the Nationally Prescribed Space Standard. Thank you. I think that would be something we should consider because it is a small house, so having that additional storage would be really helpful. Can I also ask, the scheme for landscaping, garden landscaping, has that been submitted yet? And then I've got a final question. There was a councillor question around the possible loss of a street light if the new crossover is put in place. Has that issue also been sorted? So I'll take the street lamp first because I can use this plan to answer the question. So the existing street light is there with the changes that were made at the request of the Highways Department. The crossover frontage has changed and the street column will be there. It is annotated on this plan as an existing sign. It's just not in the SNP. If you look at the actual plans, it is there. And with the landscaping condition, we don't have those details yet. It's quite normal to condition those. We have conditioned those details prior to occupation of the development, and it does include biodiversity measures as part of the landscaping condition.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Can you pull up the slide that's titled 3D aerial photo of site, please? I'm continuing from Councillor Theobald's question. Oh, that one. Okay. So, is the new property basically going where your redded out area, the top left, where there looks like a tree but can't actually be the tree that's that's got preservation order on it? But is it basically going there, the new property?
It's going there.
Yeah.
The gap between the horse and chestnut tree. It doesn't have a tree protection order on it, but we would be looking to take protection measures. Shall I? Yes. So the property would be located there, across the sort of rear end of the garden. The frontage would sort of be not exactly in between the tree. It wouldn't extend that whole extent, but pretty much within, like you would go past that tree, then the frontage for the new property would start to the rear boundary.
So in that case, really, the new property, it doesn't really overlook number 67 it's a fair distance away, really, isn't it?
Yeah, so the windows would be yeah. So 67, if you had sort of 67 Ladies Mile Road shown here, the property itself would be there, and then their garden extends and then backs onto Mackey Park about here.
So the rear of the property, of the proposed new property, is backing onto the side fence.
Would view the existing boundary fence in the foreground. Yeah.
And it's 4.5 metres away, did you say? Councillor Gilman?
So I had one question just for the neighbour in terms of the HMO that's next to you. Do you have 7 people there at the moment living in the house? No, not currently, but it has a capacity for 7, correct? Okay. And my next question was for the officer. Are we allowed, sorry, it's the first time committee, are we allowed to put a restriction on the build that the property would not be turned into an HMO?
So I wouldn't say it's a necessary condition, because in Brighton and Hove we have the Article 4 direction which covers citywide. So that takes away a permitted development right that would otherwise ordinarily apply to create a small HMO. The property that's being proposed here simply isn't big enough to constitute a large HMO. So with the removal of those permitted development rights, they have to come in for planning permission. So we don't need to condition it to take it away because we've already taken it away. There is a condition on there about permitted development rights in terms of enlargements, extensions, sheds, etc., because there isn't an Article 4 direction in Brighton and Hove to take those away. So if we don't condition those to take those away on the permission, they would apply. We don't need to take it away in terms of future creation of a HMO because we've done that elsewhere in the planning system.
Does that answer your question? Thank you. I'm so sorry. I've swiped past Councillor Earthy. Did you have a question, Councillor? Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. And then Councillor Cattell. Sorry, I thought you had your hand up behind.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused about this thing about removing a lamppost. Was it? I'm sure I heard something about removal of a lamppost, but there isn't one.
I heard it too, there isn't one apparently.
Councillor McNair suggested, but we've already shown on the plan that it's not going anywhere.
Oh, right, no, because I'm looking at Google Street from last year, and the only piece of street furniture that's down there is a sign about school, which is much further down the road, so I'm slightly confused about that. Also, going back to this business about the HMO, there is also a condition, is there not, to restrict this this dwelling to be occupied by the applicant as a self-build, condition 17. So that and for 3 years they have to live there for 3 years because it's considered as a self-build. I'm sure, is this something to do with Sill?
Yeah, effectively it is something to do with Sill. So Sill's not payable on self-builds, and also biodiversity net gain is not required for self-builds as well. So, and that's what they're proposing, and that's as they've completed their Sill forms, they've basically set out that it will be a custom stroke self-build dwelling.
Any more questions? Shall we move on to debate? Who would like to start the debate? Go on then, Councillor Cattell.
My first thought was I find it really hard to accept that there will be overlooking from a single-storey building where the and let me just look at the plans again. The rear, what we've got the doors leading out to the garden from the bedroom, and you know it's really you know, even if you're standing on tiptoe, you won't be able to see you won't be able to see even into their garden because of 67, because of the distance from the bedroom windows to the wall and then beyond. And I'm guessing there's a 6 foot or 2 metre fence between the two properties. And I mean, as far as, the comments about, how it's going to ruin the open outlook and everything, there's quite a lot of garden space around this, and it faces another similar bungalow. So I don't accept any of the comments about it ruining the character. To me, it's a typical patch and bungalow, and it's a nice, modest design. It's got a double bedroom and a single bedroom. So yeah, possibly the person in the single bedroom might have a car or what, but we've had a capacity study done. There's no yellow lines around there that I can see, and lots of everybody in that area has visitors from time to time. So I'm finding it very difficult to agree with any of the objections here. I was going to ask a question about density, but I'm guessing we haven't done a density calculation on this. But I'm just saying, it's high density. Well, it's a bit higher. It's not that much higher. And there are other smaller sites because the way you do it is to measure the area of the site and the number of dwellings within a particular area. And there are smaller houses in there. So I just don't accept any of the objections, and I will be agreeing with your recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. My initial impression was with a 7-person HMO, I don't think I was going to agree this. However, I think this is quite a modest build. I think it fits well in the space. You have got the park behind, so I think that kind of helps. I think, you've already got that large green space anyway. I think my only criticism would be that I would cut down the space for the car and make the bedroom bigger, but apart from that, I agree. I'm glad they've retained the tree. In general, I think, and I'm really glad that we're adding condition to prevent permitted development rights so that it can't be enlarged, because it shouldn't be enlarged. This is the maximum you can get in that space, and I think they've done it quite well, but this would be as far as I could go. So yes, I'm going to be agreeing this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I have some sympathy with the residents, because all of these things, when there's something new that's happening in your immediate space, it's a concern. You always think the worst. I live with King's House behind me when that build was going on. I thought it was going to be an absolute disaster, and it's not at all. But what I see here is, the pictures from Ladies Mile Close. I mean, that fence along there looks quite scruffy. I think to a certain extent, this new property will actually add to the area once it's kind of bedded in, and, it isn't that close from you. The property's quite it's quite small, not particularly imposing. So I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Theobald.
Thank you. Well, for a start, the plans that were sent from the applicant should be more improved than that and be readable, because they're ridiculous. The resident of 67, it will affect their outlook, whatever you say. They look down the garden, or they look through the window, and there was probably just a couple there living there, and there's 7 residents now, and then more in the garden. So it will affect them.
That's not this application, Councillor.
Well, the car parking, it says, is easy, but with the school near the opposite there, it is quite difficult with car parking. If you try and get space, you can't get space in there. There will be, of course, reduced garden space for the 7 residents, as well as a small garden, very small, for the bungalow. This will set a precedent for others to do this. And it will change the area, as most of the houses along that road have a decent garden. So all in all, it is an overdevelopment as far as I can see. Thank you.
Councillor Shears.
Yeah, I think, especially in scale of some infill developments we see at planning committee, this is a smaller development, a rather smaller development. I think, for a start, it being a single-storey development means that its impact on the overall height and skyline of the area isn't going to be too impactful. I think the fact there is an open park to the side of it means that its overall impact on the greenery and nature access to the community isn't going to be impacted as well. And also, as I said at the top of this meeting about the housing crisis, we're not going to fix it with a magic bullet. It's going to be a little here, a little there. And this is the kind of development that, yes, it's not going to solve it, but denying it will probably make the problem worse. So on that basis, I say that bring it on, let's have it.
Thank you. Any more comments? Councillor, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it's sympathetic in terms of its design, where the garden's placed, the fact it is at a single level. I do have sympathy in terms of the neighbour living next to a seven-bed HMO, but I'm satisfied with what the officer said around the HMOs, so I'll be voting for it.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the comments, and it is unfortunate, and I think we always get neighbours who are upset at the idea of what's going to happen, but generally, you know, we hope that moving forward it doesn't have the impact that people fear. Shall we move to a vote? All those in favour? And all those against? Could you put your hand back up, Carol? Apparently Sean didn't see you. Could you put your hand back up, please? All those against? Thank you very much. Thank you. It's not your fault, don't worry. Sean was busy. It's my fault. Sean was busy writing the previous one down and didn't see your hand, so. Thank you very much, everybody.
But Chair, just to confirm, thank you, that the votes were 8 for and 1 against, as a total of 9, so the application is agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, and thank you for your time, Councillor and the neighbour. So just to wind up, please note that a list of new planning application appeals lodged with the Planning Inspectorate is attached to the agenda. There are no informal hearings or public inquiries listed on this, and a list of planning application appeal decisions from the Planning Inspectorate are also attached. I now pronounce the meeting closed. Thank you.